Infamous Trey Ali.
I said paper on paper on paper. Ain't no genocide, we was killed on paper. Buried us alive in the proudest of the paper. They know who we are, swear they hate us cause they ain't us. I said paper on paper on paper. Ain't no genocide, we was killed on paper. Buried us alive in the proudest of the paper. They know who we are, swear they hate us cause they ain't us. I said God never died, never left us. Even though they took your homie, still behind you like a catcher. Life is like a doctor, everybody want their checkup. Money, he been preaching, charge for a confession. See, ain't nobody focused on the bullshit that they told us. I was trying to pin you sick when ain't nobody came before us. We the best part of waking up before the folders. That's why they want your backs against the wall like a poster. Indoctrination being sold as education. Most of history they taught you came from some imagination. Roots was never true, fuck the whole compilation. Fuck Walter Plecker, fuck Alex Haley. America is Egypt, Israel, Queen Khalifa. Babylon used to dabble by NY, I check my fever. Niggas think I'm lying cause they sleeping. But bitch, I ain't no fool shopping my toes every season. I said paper on paper on paper. Ain't no genocide, we was killed on paper. Buried us alive in the proudest of the paper. They know who we are, swear they hate us cause they ain't us. I said paper on paper on paper. Ain't no genocide, we was killed on paper. Buried us alive in the proudest of the paper. They know who we are, swear they hate us cause they ain't us. Guess I gotta start bad rap and tell these niggas how it happened. Control is the goal, now you space like William Shatner. Technology's economy has overthrown your balance. Now your headaches come from waves, microcells up in your atmosphere. Fears how they take you, they spank you for being active and questioning all the requisites made to prevent disasters. Clearing out the churches, FEMA talking to the pastor. Got the online tithe and it's surviving for the masses. They never loved our classics, but bite off our originals. Reclassify your favorite rhymes the way they did the Seminoles. I'm so black, pride that my inside's purple. If the world had never died, they probably never alert you. You need to venture out and stop sticking to circles. Strength and numbers react different to curfews. The moving our perfume, the streets ain't gold. Our summer so cold, we left the fall on froze. I said paper on paper on paper. Ain't no genocide, we was killed on paper. Buried us alive in the proudest of the paper. They know who we are, swear they hate us cause they ain't us. I said paper on paper on paper. Ain't no genocide, we was killed on paper. Buried us alive in the proudest of the paper. They know who we are, swear they hate us cause they ain't us. I said paper on paper on paper. Ain't no genocide, we was killed on paper. Buried us alive in the proudest of the paper. They know who we are, swear they hate us cause they ain't us. I said paper on paper on paper. Ain't no genocide, we was killed on paper. Buried us alive in the proudest of the paper. They know who we are, swear they hate us cause they ain't us.
Peace, peace, peace. Peace and paradise to all American Aborigines. Commander-in-Chief Billy Goat is in the building. Peace to everybody, man. How everybody doing this evening? Let's send a shout out to the CEO is in the building, y'all. Hey, that was the infamous Trey Ali song called Status, y'all. I'm gonna say peace to everybody, man. We got in the chat room real fast before we get going. I see Chief Kokomo, first brave in the building. Truth over everything. James Gilmore, Libra's son, Goddess Supreme. Peace to the gods. Shout out to everybody gonna be tuned in on the playback on this. Salute to yourself, man, for clicking on that button, man. We definitely appreciate y'all. Hey, man, just wanted to say shout out to everybody. Let's pull up the flyer for the Roots thing. If you guys haven't heard, this Friday, December 25th, 7 p.m., we have the Winter Solstice Symposium. Once Upon a Time, America. Aficionados like yours truly. And, and the brother Trey Ali is going to be performing. He's going to have a live performance by the brother Trey Ali. And as well, you guys have heard about the first annual Tribe Up, right? Tribe Up Ancestral Awards, you know what I'm saying? So we have Ancestral Awards. The ceremony is going to be in May, but we're going to be announcing a few people, are going to be coming through that, have been holding the community down, Some people you never know. You know what I'm saying? Who's going to be recognized by the ancestors? You know what I'm saying? So when ancestors recognize you, so you already know a few of the people are going to be that have confirmed they're going to be coming through, be a part of this historical event, this first annual event, because we're going to be doing this every winter solstice. Okay, so shout out to the Nevilles, shout out to Chief Sun Owl, shout out to Big Aboriginal Power. Shout out to the original Copper Empress Holbert. Y'all know A1 gonna be sliding through. Chief Kalinago is gonna be swinging through. Shout out to Chief Kalinago, the OG. Hey, y'all don't know if you guys heard of Q Butter from the Zionist Institute. He gonna be coming through. Shout out to Q Butter and the Zionist Institute. So people be like, well, that guy's a Pan African, whatever. But he does great work for the children of his community. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, we reaching out, man. You know what I'm saying? It's about building bridges, y'all. It's about building around here, man. But you know, you already know, man, we're gonna be breaking down. There's obviously gonna be some never seen before shit, man. We're gonna be dropping definitely some dope, never seen before information, man. And this lecture right here, man, it's gonna be crazy, y'all. We're gonna be debunking roots, a lot of other things, man. Y'all already know about the roots hoax, things of that nature, man. So, yeah, man. But preparing, putting this thing together, man. You run across videos, you run across things. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of stuff, comes from things, maybe in the past. You know what I'm saying? I like to watch old videos, man. I've been watching videos since VHS tapes. You know what I'm saying? And going to lectures and reading books and all these things, man. Um, uh, and I'm, not ashamed of my age and anything like that or whatever, but for a while now, y'all, for long periods of time, studying, reading, bumping your head on information and stuff like that or whatever, right? So a lot of times, you take information from people, you say, oh yeah, this is, and you have to go through all these schools of thoughts, right? You know what I'm saying? To get to wherever you got to get to, right? But doing along the way, you get some stuff from Christian sources, you get stuff from Muslim sources, different people outside of your community. A lot of times we get a lot of our information from people outside our community. So we have to rely on their rendition and their stories and their reenactments of history, okay? Their story, okay? So we're gonna play this video by Dr. Jose Pimenta Bay, right? It's from a 1999 lecture he did, y'all. It's super dope. Like I said, I want to share this with the tribe. Hope y'all enjoy this, man. And like I said, man, we know we're bigger than words. We're bigger than things like that. So, get past words. Let's get into this, man. It's very important. This is it's a great lecture right here, y'all. So I want you guys to check this out. And we'll be chiming in throughout the build, man, but definitely want you guys to check this out, man. So Dr. Jose Pimenta Bay, the relationship, right, of the Moors and the Native Americans. Okay? Check that out. Let's get it. Hey, shout out to Transatlantic Production, man. If you guys are not subscribed to Transatlantic Production, not telling you what to do, but it's definitely got a lot of great old films over there, from Malcolm X to this brother. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of great stuff over there, man. If you want to go back in some of the archives and dig up some of these tapes, you know what I'm saying? That if you don't have a VHS tape no more, stuff like that or whatever. But this is from a 1999 lecture, right? Now, here's the thing. We're gonna see where we at 21 years later, right? From this lecture. So let's go. Oh, by the way, fuck fair use.
Dr. Jose Pimienta Bay.
Wow. As always, it's wonderful to be here, have a chance to speak with you all again, and I always begin by first saying Islam or peace, Salam Alaikum, Abargani, and Hotep. It's been about 2 years since I've had a chance to come back here and speak again at the UAM. And every time I get an opportunity to come, I always feel a little bit nervous because I'm hoping that I have something of value to share. I'm a historian, and my attempt is to try to bring as much of our legacy as African peoples back to the light. Because so much of what we represent is lost. So much what we represent has been altered or obfuscated. The ancient Kemites said, know thyself. The Greeks co-opted it and said, know thyself. Jesus said, my people suffer for lack of knowledge. So I hope that at this turn again, coming here to speak, I have a chance to share what I hope is valuable knowledge. When I first spoke to Sister Karen Mason about what my topic was going to be, I said I wanted to do something a little different, because what I'm starting to do now is look at the connections between Native Americans and the Moors. Now, part of this comes from my having been mentored by someone who just passed away a few months ago, Dr. Sharcy Lawrence McIntyre, who was one of my mentors when I was actually at Temple University doing my doctoral work. And what the sister tried to get us to do, when I say us, the graduate students who are part of the program at Temple, was to remain mindful of the connection between African and Native American peoples. Of course, we're supposed to be clear on our Africanity, our connection to the African continent. But as Dr. Lawrence McIntyre used to say all the time, most of us are mindful in some way of our links to the indigenous peoples of these lands. And so what I wanted to do today was to go over some of these connections and have us take a different perspective on who we are as African people. Part of this also comes from a prophecy that I'm going to share with you. I've had the opportunity over the last 4 years to spend some time with the Lakota Sioux in South Dakota. And it's interesting that the brother was talking about Minister Farrakhan, because when I was in South Dakota in '96, actually, I stayed with one of the chiefs in Wagner. And when I went to the school, after I had finished meeting with one of the chiefs, he told me, he said, you know, one of the people who was just here recently was Minister Farrakhan. And we as Lakota people have a great deal of respect for him, because he speaks up for those of us who are of color, the red man and the black man. And I thought that was interesting because it reminded me of a Hopi prophecy. The Hopi are an indigenous people that live in the Southwest. They live primarily in the state of Arizona. And the Hopi say that there will be a time after the close of this millennium when the black man will lead another revolution. And this revolution will be bloodier than the first. And after the revolution, according to this prophecy, the Native Americans will be empowered once again because of the efforts of the black man. Now, that's not my prophecy. That's a Hopi, that's a Native American prophecy. Now, the Hopi are a peaceful people. Actually, so are we when we're unprovoked. But the idea of recognizing that there is this link, there's this connection in our fate, is something that we have to remain mindful of. Part of my own understanding of this connection comes from a Moorish science perspective. The brother talked about me dropping some Moorish science on folk tonight. And part of that comes from a Moorish science perspective, where the founder and prophet, Noble Drew Ali, in conveying something known as the Moorish Quran, or the Circle 7 Quran, talked about the uniting of Asia. Asia represents the whole. Asia represents all peoples of color. Asiatic, in fact, is a reference to the same, much as the Nation of Islam will use the term in a similar fashion. They'll refer to the Asiatic black man. We as Moors talk about Moors being under the umbrella of being Asiatic. So you're talking about people of color. Native Americans are referred to as Canaanites in Moorish tradition. And let me read to you a section from the Moorish Quran that actually got me thinking about looking at this link, so that when I then spoke with Dr. McIntyre before she returned to the ancestors, this was my frame of reference when I first met her back in 1989. It says, their dominion, their meaning Moabite and Canaanite, their dominion extended from northwest and southwest Africa, across the great Atlantis, even unto the present North, South, and Central America, and also Mexico and the Atlantis Islands, before the great earthquake which caused the great Atlantic Ocean. This reference is to an ancient period, pre-Columbian, before Columbus. This reference is to a period before a great shaking of the earth, or a great earthquake, a great shaking which again the Hopi refer to as having occurred before and will occur again. The Great Atlantis Islands is a reference to the Caribbean. But this idea of the dominion of the Moors, the dominion of African peoples, at one time having extended into the Americas, is what is being presented. Now, Moabite and Canaanite are both understood to be references to Asiatic and African peoples. When you use the term Moabite, you're talking about the ancient peoples of Moab. We have a tendency very often as African peoples to not recognize or not understand that African peoples didn't just reside on the continent known as Africa. African peoples are also in what we refer to as the Holy Lands. So when you talk about Jordan, and when you talk about ancient Israel, you're talking about African or Africoid peoples, black-skinned, woolly-haired peoples occupying those parts of the world as well. But we very often forget that, and we let Europeans essentially claim our home. And we have to remain mindful of that. Don't think that just because people were living outside of the African continent and were known by names such as Hebrews or Judeans, that they were not Africoid, or Canaanites or Moabites. These were Africoid peoples. Canaan, of course, is a reference to, if you look at it from a biblical perspective, one of the brothers of Misraim and Cush, all of which are sons of Ham. Sheikh Anta Diop, who you may know, who wrote the several books, but probably one of the most prominent is The African Origin of Civilization. Diop says that the Canaanites originally were Negroes. That's his term, of course. Originally were Negroes, who later intermarried with lighter-skinned nations of Asia. These people were related also to the Phoenicians. Canaanite is a reference to both a language and a people. The West African scholar and statesman, Sultan Muhammad Bello, who was actually writing at the end of the 18th and into the early 19th century, said that the Yoruba were descendants of the Bani Canaan, or the house of Canaan, as well as the kin of Nimrod. So again, you're talking about a West African people who are recognized in accordance with West African tradition to have links to Canaan, which is now part of Israel, Palestine, Jordan. Descendants of the Bani Canaan, he says, moved westward and eventually established themselves in West Africa. Now, some people, when they talk about the history of the Indians, will discuss Indians as having come across something known as the Bering Straits. And the assumption is that being Native American means that everybody came from the same exact place. They came across the Bering Straits from Asia, and they all look like the customary dime store Indian. You have to have long, straight black hair. But this concept of an Indian is not true. Europeans themselves in the 19th, in the 18th, in the 16th, and 17th centuries recognized that the Indians had diverse origins, and they were pretty well convinced of two primary things. I'm talking about European scholars in those periods. The first thing they were convinced of was that Indians or Native Americans were related to Africans. I'll say that again. They were convinced that Indians were related to Africans. The second thing they were convinced of was that African people and quote-unquote Semitic people had established themselves in the pre-Columbian Americas. Two very important points. A work from 1858 by a man named John McIntosh. The work was called The Origin of the North American Indians. He said that the Indians were Shem's descendants. Who is Shem? And Shem is also recognized. Did you say Noah's son? Shem is one of the sons of Noah. And Shem is the root word for the word Semitic. So when you hear the word Semitic, someone being Semitic, that idea of being Semitic comes from the reference to Shem. But understand, the Semitic peoples were also part African. So he refers to them as Shem's descendants. But he also says that at a remote period, North Africans from Carthage came to the Americas. Martin Delany, who had been writing, if you're familiar with Martin Delany, the prominent African-American nationalist, major in the US Army, one of the chief proponents of a kind of back to Africa movement in the 19th century. Martin Delany made the following statement. He said, "The continent of America, an asylum for all the various nations of the earth, among the earliest and most numerous class who found their way to the New World were those of the African race. And it is now ascertained to our mind, beyond a peradventure, a simple adventure, that when the continent was discovered, there was found in Central America a tribe of the black race, a fine-looking people, having characteristics of color and hair, identifying them originally of the African race, no doubt being a remnant of the Africans who with the Carthaginian expedition were adventurously cast upon the continent in their memorable excursion to the great island, after sailing many miles distant to the west of the Pillars of Hercules." Do you know where the Pillars of Hercules are? Yes, sir. Gibraltar, the area right between Spain and Morocco, once part of the Moorish Empire. European writers such as Pedro Martir de Angliera, a trusted friend and a teacher of Ferdinand and Isabella's children, actually wrote in a 16th century text called Decade or Decados of Ethiopian tribes living in Panama. Ivan van Sertima, who most of us are familiar with, who was responsible for really bringing this information and say out of the closet, the information about the pre-Columbian African presence. Other people had talked about it, but Van Sertima was the one who was bringing it back to the fore. Van Sertima talked about Chinese texts from the 12th century, the Sung dynasty. Chinese texts which spoke of Arab trading ships going beyond the Atlantic coast of West Africa. Abu Bakr II, of course, who was one of the rulers, an empire of Mali, who was both a Malian and a Moor, because the area also fell within what was recognized as Moorish dominions, had sailed for the Americas in 1311 with some 2,000 vessels. So we have in the 14th century a West African sailing for the Americas with 2,000 vessels. Obviously, he must have known where he was going. The work of Barry Fell, who's a linguist, shows how the Pima Indians of the Southwest possessed a chant which they just passed down to their children. When this chant was first recorded in 1908 by the Smithsonian Institute, they called it gibberish. One of the earliest recordings that the Smithsonian would take, they called it gibberish. When they played it back in the 1950s, people started to recognize that this gibberish contained Arabic words. So then they listened to it again and realized they were listening to one of Aesop's fables in broken Arabic as part of a Pima Indian chant. As a result, Barry Fell, who was, as I mentioned, a linguist and archaeologist, European, concluded the Arabic-speaking Nevada people must have been well acquainted with the mathematics as taught in the Mediterranean Arabic universities, as well as other topics pertaining to navigation and astronomy. So he's finding evidence of these Arabic connections to indigenous peoples in the Southwest. Fell also found that several Algonquian words, Algonquian is one of the indigenous languages of North America. It's spoken basically from the North Atlantic coast. In fact, it's actually a series of languages, all the way to the Rockies. And this was also found to possess terms with Arabic roots that were navigation, astronomy, meteorology, medicine, and anatomy. Now, those of you who may have heard me before, or maybe read The Golden Age of the Moor and read my essay or anyone else's essay or heard me speak before, generally what I talk about is what? The profound impact of these African Muslims on these particular areas of science, and how this is the foundation for so much of Europe's ascension in the medieval period. But what is also significant is now we have to address this issue. If you had African Muslims who were able to travel across the water because of navigational skills, then obviously we have to begin to say, well, if they had the ability and if this information is there, we may have to reevaluate who we think some of these Indian people are. Or what is the ethnicity then of an Indian? And how far back should we go to really understand who we're dealing with when we talk about some of the various nations? There's a petroglyph, a rock carving, in Inyo County, California, which contains the phrase, Jesus ben Maria, which translates simply as Jesus, the son of Mary, which is a phrase commonly found in the Quran al-Sharif, or the Quran of Mecca. Barry Fell also informs us of another pre-Columbian Arabic script found in Nevada. The script reads, Shaitan Mahamayan, which means Satan is the font of lies. These scripts, which are found again in the Southwest and in the West, are pointing to this connection to a Muslim or Arabic influence. The question is, who was bringing it? Were these people from Saudi Arabia, or were these Muslims who were from Africa? The overwhelming evidence indicates these were African Muslims carrying this information from across the water. Some of you may be familiar with David McRitchie, Ancient and Modern Britons. Ancient and Modern Britons. David McRitchie was a Scottish historian, writing in the late 19th century. And he wrote that the peoples of ancient America and ancient Egypt were both known to refer to themselves as the children of the sun. Where have we heard that before? The children of the sun. Michael Bradley talked about the children of the sun versus the children of the ice. David McRitchie's a European, saying that even in his view, in his understanding of the historical record, the children of the sun was a reference to both peoples in the Americas and peoples in Egypt. An anthropologist named James Wright Jr., who studied various indigenous peoples in the Americas, one of which being the Natchez peoples of Mobile, Alabama, and Louisiana. The Natchez were known to build temples to the sun and burial temples for their dead. They also referred to their honored members as nobles. The Natchez priesthood also carried sacred brass and copper plates, which contain what Wright refers to as strange characters and motifs. Strange characters and motifs. I don't know if anyone here is familiar with the Mormon Church, or the Church of Jesus Christ and Latter-day Saints. But they believe that a man named Joseph Smith found some plates in upstate New York in the 1820s. And these plates were said to contain the ancient record of the Semitic and Egyptian presence in the ancient Americas. Now that's the Mormon church. And I'm always intrigued by the fact that the Mormon church has the name Mormon, because Mormon is Old English for Moor. I'm also intrigued that the angel who brought the books was the angel Moroni. And Moroni is another ancient reference to Moor. And I'm also intrigued by the fact that they believe in prophets. That's why they have Prophet Joseph Smith. And that they also say that something very significant occurred at the Colonia Morelos in Mexico, the colony of the Moors. What's going on here? You have this constant reference, these constant allusions, alluding to this link to African Muslims, the Moors. Is it coincidence? But this idea of having these plates, the reason why I went into the discussion on the Mormons is they say that in 600 BC, a man named Lehi, who was Jewish, came from Jerusalem, came to the Americas, the ancient Americas, with his sons, Laman and Nephi. And they say that Laman became unruly, didn't follow his father's commandments. Nephi did. They say that Laman then was cursed with a skin of blackness because he refused to follow the laws of his father, Lehi. Now, I've had the opportunity to speak with some Mormons. They can be very nice people. But I also had a very clear debate, argument with them, and I had to remind them, you all are living in a fantasy land where you think that the ancient peoples of Egypt and the ancient Judaic peoples looked like Europeans. So as a consequence, in order to make anything fit your theology, you got to start cursing people dark in order to make it fit your world. That's right. It's like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. You know, if your history doesn't go back very far, you grab somebody else's. And then you convince the other guy he don't have a history. You convince the other gal she don't have a history. And then you prescribe, essentially, amnesia. And you hope the person stays there. And for a long time, that's where we've been. So again, it's important, you know, some people are from, well, I don't want to make no waves. They're so nice. Someone actually said that to me. Well, you said that to them? Look, I'm just telling the truth, brother. What am I supposed to do? If they don't like me because I'm telling the truth, I didn't cuss them out. I just told the truth. So it's very important for us to be mindful of what other people are thinking and saying so that we can critique them and come back with the truth. German art historian and collector Alexander von Futenau. Again, it's interesting because I have to say this. A lot of the work that has been done to uncover the truth about us very often is not done by us. And I have to say, sometimes it's lonely being in the library, traveling to Mexico, traveling to Morocco, traveling to Spain, traveling to South Carolina to do work on us and sitting in a room filled with Europeans and don't see nobody look like me trying to find out about ourselves. So I have to say, encourage for those of you who have children, for those of you who are just looking for a career, study history, study art history. Get in there and do it professionally so that we can start to disseminate more of this information, because it's lonely and it's tiring sometimes. But I know I have no other purpose on this earth but to do it, so I keep doing it. But I need some more troops. But von Futenau, German art historian, was saying back in the 40s he was convinced that there were African people in the ancient Americas. And he spoke of Moorish-looking artifacts, statues, coming out of the area of Oaxaca, which is in Mexico, dating from 900 of the Common Era, and superb Moorish-looking clay sculptures from Veracruz, also in Mexico, dating from between 300 and 900. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to some of these slides. Somebody say? Again, the focus is to really talk about the connection between Africans or Moors and indigenous peoples of the Americas. But this is just a page from one of the surgical texts that was written. This was actually not written by a Moor, but this was published by Moors in Andalusia. Its origin was actually in Persia. This again is just another indication of the legacy of the Moors in the families. Okay. In the families of Europe. The significance here is, again, and I have to say this every time, we are accustomed now to thinking that Europeans think typically that we don't have any value, we're worthless. Europeans now, I can tell you stories of having given lectures, and after I finished, every Caucasian in the audience was swearing they had Moorish ancestry. Now, before I came in, nobody said anything about being related to no African folk. But by the time I finished, oh yeah, well, my people come from southern France, and we are Huguenots, and my name is Calabria, and we're Sicilian from Sicily, and we're Moors too. See, when you know who you are and claim it, then folk will, all of a sudden telling you all kinds of things. This is one family, German family, actually, the Sängermeisters, which means the masters of song. It was a Moorish family that taught music in Berlin in the 1500s. Moor, M-O-H-R, another German family. Put it in the middle. Okay, I'm going to have to kneel here in front of it because I don't have the remote. Okay, these are just, it says Negroes and coats of arms, but we need to understand. Thank you, Ben. Now, am I blocking people now who can't see it, right? Am I all right? All right. Oh. It will slide. Now I got nothing. Yeah, just watch this. Okay. One of the problems that we customarily have is, again, and I use this example all the time. Think about this. You can sit in a history class and you can read a history text and you'll be reading about Phoenicians, Moors, Carthaginians, the Hamites, the Amorites, the Edomites. You're wondering who these people? As someone just said, they're all black folks. all African people. But we're accustomed to looking for the terms black and Negro to find ourselves, right? So as a result, man, where are we? We're not in here. Turning past every page that talks about your folks, because you didn't realize that those terms refer to us, because we've been given new terms: Negroes, blacks, colored folk. So we're looking for those terms, and of course they always refer to people who are subjugated, enslaved, and devalued. So that's what we find: the history of subjugated, enslaved, and devalued folk. But them Amorites and them Moors, man, they were something else. I wish I was one. Again, just examples of Moors and European coats of arms. They're telling us that they want the world to know they descend from us. But most of us don't go to books of heraldry to find that out. All the royalty, the royal families of Europe, if you go and look at their coats of arms, you go back far enough, you're gonna find someone look just like you, including Queen Mother Elizabeth, who just turned 99 yesterday. This is the Moorish chief. This is actually from the Philadelphia Museum of Art, painted by an Austrian in 1878. Again, this actually is showing a Moorish knight who fought in the Norman invasion of England, 13th century. So one of the rulers of Sicily. This is why when I was talking to a young woman yesterday at the gym, and she asked me what I did, and I told her I was a historian. So what do you teach? I said I teach primarily the history of the Moors. And automatically, here it comes. She said, "Oh, I'm Sicilian." And I said, Calabria. She said, Calabres. The area where the Moors were in Sicily. So she was ready to acknowledge her Moorish ancestry. But you can believe that she probably wouldn't have told anybody that she was black. You understand what I'm saying? All right. This is one of the emperors of Morocco, Moulay Ismail, owned 10,000 European slaves. Yeah, you can clap. Slavery was an equal opportunity oppressor at one time. Saint Maurice or Saint Moritz, one of the patron saints of the Holy Roman Empire, worshipped in Germany. Can you imagine some Aryan nation folk worshiping him now? Right? Germans understood who we were at one time, and we understood who we were at one time, and who we still are. If we could just wake up. This is from a German Bible, the Queen of Sheba, 13th century. They knew who she was. This is one of Queen Mother Elizabeth's ancestors, Charlotte Sophia von Mecklenburg. Good Austrian name and good Moorish ancestry. The wife of King George III, the same person responsible for losing the Americas during the American Revolution. Good Austrian like Arnold Schwarzenegger, who got the name the Black African, and nobody on anybody's talk show ever asked the man to go into detail, how you get that name? But once, somebody asked him on the Letterman show, someone said back in 86, nobody brought it up since. Duke of Florence, Alessandro de' Medici, of Moorish ancestry. The Medicis were patrons of learning in Europe. Just a map of Moorish-controlled Spain known as Andalusia. Again, another page from a text written by a Catholic monk who was writing down notes from Moorish medical and mathematical texts. A Spanish historian by the name of Valacrosa found this in 1947 in a monastery in Spain, thereby establishing that the Catholic Church, Catholic Europe, was heavily interested in finding out as much as they could about Moorish medical knowledge, mathematical knowledge, theological knowledge. They used the theology of the Moors as well to understand their own Catholic theology, to make sense, to make better sense of what they were arguing. Just an example of Moorish architecture. This is a palace in Fez, Morocco. Another page from one of the surgical texts. That was just a Berber group, brother in front of his store in Marrakesh. This is a painting from the mid-19th century showing one of the rulers of Morocco. I forget which ruler this is, though. Coat of arms for the family name Moore. Another representation of Saint Maurice or Saint Moritz, African patron saint of Germany. Obviously on the left. Okay. What I have behind me now, this really begins that section I was going to talk about. I'm going to get the dates right. Okay. This is from Alexander van Foutenau's book, Unexpected Faces in Ancient America. Unexpected Faces in Ancient America. If you can get a copy, get it. It's a rare book. Excellent text because pictures, as they say, are worth 1,000 words. This German art historian, who also collected these artifacts, has a studio in Mexico City. Everybody should take a trip there, if possible, to go see it. Van Foutenau, he just passed away about 3 years ago. This old man with hat is pre-Columbian. It's found in Mexico, just outside of Veracruz. Pre-Columbian. What kind of hat does it look like he's got on? Looks like a tarbush or a fez. Now, when people start pulling up stuff like that, you know, something should click inside the head and go, that's odd. But somehow we miss this stuff, and I'll talk about why. Oh, excuse me. This kneeling man is from 300 BC, found in Guatemala. Looks like an African to me. I don't know, you know, I don't have my glasses on, but right. So somebody said a blind man could see that. This is from 2000 BC. And this is also from Mexico, from the place I spoke of before, Morelos. This is from Costa Rica. This is 1200 AD. This is from Mexico, 300 of the Common Era, 300. This is an Olmec head. And it's an Olmec head which was placed next to the profile of a Nuba, someone from Nubia, so as to show the connection in the phenotype, the physical appearance. Now again, you know, what is amazing to me is when you come across this information and you ask yourself, how in the name of all that is holy could people not recognize the significance of this and completely change the way they think? If you are pulling up artifacts that are 3,000 and 4,000 years old of folk who are clearly Africoid in the Americas, how are you going to then turn around and say African people were not here, African people didn't have the capability, they didn't have the knowledge, they didn't have the desire, when these artifacts exist? Right. Talking about who controls the knowledge base. Whose education, or as Woodson would say, whose miseducation are we getting? Another example of one of the Olmec heads. By the way, these Olmec heads are something like between 10 and 11 feet high and 9 tons. So you can imagine pulling something like this up out of the earth. That's why they're still there, because if it was little stuff, they might be able to hide it. But when they kept, you know, the Mexican brothers and sisters would be plowing right around it, you know. And people come and say, well, how are we going to get rid of this? Well, we can't, because it belongs to the Mexicans. And the Mexicans themselves, essentially, those who study their own history, know that we are related to them. It's no secret. But the problem is, again, you know, we're in a situation where we're often competing with one another instead of trying to understand the link that exists. And that's what it's supposed to be about. That's right. Brother said, go to Tijuana, you think you in Harlem. So you go to Cancun, you see some of those Mayan brothers and sisters, and they look, in fact, even hair texture. People sometimes talk about, well, the hair is straight. Sometimes it's curly. It's a Moroccan woman with her baby on her back from the southern part of Morocco. These are Seminole women, Cow Creek Seminole. All right? Seminole are known primarily for occupying what is now the state of Florida. Here's one of the misconceptions that we often deal with. People assume, and again, being in the field of history, when I would talk about this, people say, well, the reason why Native Americans can be found to have African phenotypes is because Africans were running away from the plantations and intermarried with Native Americans. Well, yeah, that's true too. But the problem is that in the face of all this other evidence, why is it you limit the intermarriage to the enslavement period? You assume that, well, obviously the only way that these Africans could have interacted with Native Americans is because Europeans brought Africans over, they were enslaved, and then they intermarried with Africans. But if we've already looked at a whole ocean of statues in books like von Wutenau, he's not an African, this is a German. People say a good Aryan. And he's telling folk, these Africans were here in the US before, the Americas before the Europeans came. So if he's saying, you know, come on, this is your own, so to speak, he's part of the West, what's going on? But the idea is, again, most of us don't take the time because we don't think there's anything to find. Because we're always couched within the category of slavery. And we're tired of hearing about slavery, right? At least our own slavery. And we said, brother said, we don't believe in ourselves because we don't feel as much to believe in, right? Limited knowledge of self. Well, some of us are already crazy, so it couldn't get much worse. This is an Osage, brother who's an Osage Indian, one of the Plains Indians. Again, you know, when you look at images like this and you consider the period in antiquity by which Africans and indigenous peoples came into contact, you really have to reevaluate a lot of things. Okay, I'm going to leave it on these three sisters as I continue. Okay. One of the things that Van Voetenau said is that there was a cover-up. We're used to cover-ups. You hear a lot about cover-ups. That's how a system maintains its power. It basically covers up as much of the truth as it can. And he basically said that there were cover-ups involving people who were directors of the Smithsonian, people who were directors of the Museum of Natural History, to basically hide any and all artifacts which showed the African presence in the Americas. All right? Still goes on. And this is part of what has put us in this situation. But what other evidence is there to be found that exists among the various people? Sometimes you can read between the lines and find information. The Navajo Indians, who are actually properly called the Diné, because Navajo means thief. That's a term that the Europeans, specifically the Spaniards, placed upon those people. They're called the Diné. The Diné possess a symbol, crescent moon, which they call the Naha. Now, the Smithsonian's own text, the Smithsonian's own text called the Native Americans, says that this symbol spread from Muslim North Africa to Spain, then to Mexico, and then to the Navajo. But what I say is that, why did the Spanish have to bring it? If the symbol is an African Muslim symbol, and if there's evidence of an African Muslim presence already in the Southwest, it's obvious that they didn't have to bring it, meaning the Catholics. And why would they bring such a symbol? It's an Islamic symbol. They had a crucifix. Doesn't make much sense. Leo Wiener, who was again, it's interesting, you have all these German names. Leo Wiener wrote, most likely the Mandingos first reached America in the middle of the 15th century. He says, with the Portuguese explorers. He continues, in either case, one must consider the nature and significance of this Mandinga-Portuguese partnership in the exploration of the Americas. Now, the Moors controlled Spain and Portugal. The Moors are the ones who had created a storehouse of maps. A man named Al-Adrisi had written a book in the late 12th, early 13th century, which is known as the Book of Roger, which already had in the text and in the accompanying globe the American continent. This particular book ends up being used by Catholic European powers to be able to spread into other parts of the world. So this connection to the Portuguese is, sadly, it's implying that the Portuguese were the ones that had to get the Africans here, when in fact, the evidence suggests otherwise. Van Voetenau makes the following point. He says, one fact is absolutely sure. Pre-Columbian artists pre-Columbian artists continue to portray individuals of purely Negroid stock. They might have been late descendants of the powerful first wave of Nubian rulers, whose genes undoubtedly were slowly absorbed in the racial pool of America's early population. Von Wultenau's basic contention is that more than 2 millennia before Columbus, African and Asian or Asiatic peoples were present in the New World. Now again, as I said before about this lack of awareness of this African presence, it has a lot to do with this cover-up that exists. Most of us, for example, tend to focus again, if we're conscious at all, we talk about our African connections to the African continent. But we don't very often claim other parts of the world where African people were. Jack Weatherford wrote in a book called Indian Givers, he said, we know more about the building of the pyramids of Egypt than we know about the pyramid builders of the Mississippi. Now, did you know there were pyramids built in the Mississippi Valley? The history and culture of America, he says, remains a mystery, still terra incognito, okay, the hidden land, after 500 years. And I'm going to come back to why this is. What is it, essentially, that has required a certain oligarchy, a certain group of people to hide that information? Why is it that we as African peoples, why is it we as Moors, if you will, don't typically know about this legacy? The presence of Negro or Negroid artifacts from the pre-classic 2000 BC, the pre-classic period, have been found in all parts of the Americas, but in particular in large sections of Mexico and Mesoamerica. Significantly, the countries that a lot of these artifacts have been found in were once part of what was called the Viceroyalty of New Granada. Do you know what Granada was? Granada was in Spain. It was the last Moorish stronghold in Iberia, in Spain. The Spanish, when they took over Panama, Colombia, Ecuador, Venezuela, those areas, they designated as New Granada. Now, what I'm getting at is, this area is known to possess the largest amount of African artifacts and a very strong African presence in those areas. What I'm actually suggesting is maybe they didn't bring those African people over. They just conquered them where they stood. Think about that. We put a great deal of emphasis upon the enslavement trade, which did take place. But what I'm saying is, think about defeating people on their own ground, as well as transporting people across the water. As you think a little differently about the situation. A French scholar by the name of M. Brazor de Bourbourg, who was identified as the most prominent diffusionist of the 19th century. Let me tell you something. Those people who were arguing that there was a pre-Columbian African presence in the Americas were referred to as diffusionists. Most of them, or many of them, were Germans and French. De Bourbourg was one of them. He actually said that the ancient high priests of Egypt also possessed knowledge of the existence of America. And this was based upon his own research back in the 19th century. He also conducted a study of what is now Panama and Colombia. And he found that several of the rulers of the Indian rulers, the indigenous rulers, had names like Do-Baida, Abi-Baiba, Aben Amici, Abraiba, which are all recognized as having been, as he says, a completely Moorish or biblical form. These names, these titles. You're also talking about African Muslims known as Almamis, who resided in Honduras and were found there when the Spanish arrived. Now let's also look at this Judaic or Semitic connection. Someone no less than William Penn, the founder of Pennsylvania, who lived between 1644 and 1718, actually commented that the American Indians, which he saw, reminded him of the Israelites or the Jews. Quoting from Penn's own work, he said the following about the Indians of what is now Pennsylvania. He said, "For their origin, I am ready to believe them of the Jewish race. I mean of the stock of the 10 tribes. I find them of like countenance, and their children of so lively resemblance that a man would think himself in Duke's Place or Berry Street in London." And the American Indians. Significantly, even tobacco, which is traditionally associated with the American Indians, was once associated with Africa's Moors. Again, this is powerful because we think about images. When most of us think of tobacco, we think of a particular, or people say that the dime store Indian, we think of a specific type of appearance. He's got to have long, straight hair, and essentially look what we would consider to be a classic Native American look. But in the 16th century, 17th century, Europeans also used Moors to sell tobacco. The symbolism of a Moor, the same image, a Moor holding tobacco, gives us some food for thought, particularly since people like Wiener, again, this German who taught at Harvard in the 1920s, Wiener thought that Europeans were actually first introduced to the medicinal uses of tobacco via Moorish Spain. But Wiener also thought that wampum belts, the wampum belts, had an African origin. He said, it can be shown that the Canadian and New York wampum belts are related to the Brazilian wampum belt, which itself is of African origin. Robert Beverly II, who was one of Virginia's best-known historians, writing in the early 18th century, spoke of I just lost the... Okay. Robert Beverly spoke of several cultural connections and similarities between Africa, Near Asia, and the Americas. As a student of classical and modern writers, Beverly held a special interest in Indian society. Well-traveled, well-read in geography and history, Beverly said in 1720 that the Indian foods of Virginia were strange and reminded him of the same foods sold in the markets of Fez and of the diet of the Arabians, Libyans, Parthians, and Ethiopians. Van Sertima's works, also which have played such a primary role in bringing much of this information out, have also established that various West African peoples have similar names and naming methods that are used by American Indians. Tribal groups are also designated very often by the same titles, differing only in the aspects, he says, of an occasional prefix or suffix. In the 1930s, a French linguist by the name of Jules Cauvet found that the Moors of Northwest Africa, this would include both Morocco and Mauritania, had names which were shared by Indians, American Indians. The names were Atlantis. These are the common names between Africans and Native Americans. Atlantis, Baquetas, Bukoyas, Guiznais, Gualas, Chorti, Guamares, Guanchas, and Juarez. He then said that other names, such as Antis, Aturis, Gais, Lippis, Paraisis, Saracas, which sounds like Saracens, Saracas, Tames, Zamoras, and Dorans also appeared to be African in origin, but had been Europeanized. Also, a Sudanese ethnic tribal name, Marabitine, was also found to compare with the Marabitinas and Maravitinas of Portuguese Guyana, which is now Brazil, the Marabios of Nicaragua, and the Maravigin of Venezuela. It's highly significant that such ethnic names and national designations like Marabitine, Marabitinis, Marabios, Marabitinas would appear among American Indian names, even though they are all on an African name, Marabut and Murabit. The Marabuts, which were Moorish Muslims who had defended the African frontier against Catholic European invasion. The Marabuts or Murabits are also referred to as holy men of the Maghreb, which is Northwest Africa. Some of you may have heard of the Seneca, which is one of the indigenous peoples that was said to occupy what is now New York State, the Seneca Indians. The national name of one of the Iroquois League's nations bears a phonetic synonymity with the Senega people and region of Western Africa, as in Senegal. Senega is even referred to in Peter or Pedro Martir's work, Decades, I mentioned earlier, from 1503. The text indicated that Senega was one of the regions, and I quote, of the kingdom of Guinea, Guinea being a reference to Africa, which is occupied, and I quote again, by the Black Moors, also called Ethiopians or Negros. Brunson and Rashidi, and Runoko Rashidi, who is coming here, right, next week. Brunson and Rashidi contend that the African ethnic name Zenega is Cushito-Hamitic in origin, meaning its origins are in Ethiopia and Egypt, the Nile Valley region. So think about that. The word Seneca, or Senega, which is equated with Senegal, but also has this link to the Seneca Indians, has an origin in the eastern part of Africa. In the presence of so much evidence suggesting parallels between the continents and peoples of America, Asia, and Africa, it is logical to consider this as indicative of ancient and pre-Columbian contacts. Consequently, let's now take another look at the word Indian. J.A. Rogers had actually told a lot of us who were reading his books back in the 1920s and 30s that the word Indian comes from the Latin term indi, which meant a very dark complexioned person. That's why the people of the Indus Valley, India, are also linguistically, I don't know if you, well, two things I should point out, referred to as niggers. If you go to the international dictionary, Webster's International Dictionary, the term nigger, believe it or not, actually includes the Indians of India. It was understood that they also are related to African and all peoples who are dark in complexion, all peoples of color. So this term Indian, which means very dark complexion, a reference in a 16th century text implies that the Portuguese viewed the Indies, that was the term that was used for the Caribbean islands, or the Atlantis Islands, as I referred to it earlier. The Portuguese viewed the Indies as an extension of Africa. Consequently, we must reconsider again the significance of Europeans calling inhabitants of the Americas Indians. All right, I'm going to back up and just try to clarify something here. What I'm actually saying is, when we read accounts given by Europeans of coming into contact with Indians, don't automatically assume that the person has to look like Chief Joseph. Yes, some people, many people look like Chief Joseph, but others may have looked like Lou Gossett. And all those in between. In Hernán López de las Tenadas' book, it's a long title, the first book of the history of the discovery and conquest of the East Indies, published in London in 1582, Hernán López cites the presence of Moors in the East Indies as well. Now that's in the East Indies as well. And let us not forget that the Portuguese certainly knew what a Moor was, because the Moors had ruled there for several hundred years. But a more revealing book published in 1822, which you can actually find right here at the Schomburg. 1822, book called The Negro, a sketch of the birth and education of an African Indian, is an account of a young African man from Gambia. Yet he's referred to as an African Indian. And the book is dedicated to his life story. The book continuously uses the terms Indian and African interchangeably. Since the Gambian man's biography was written in English, it should be clear that he was writing for an English-speaking audience whose sensibilities would have to be taken into account. If sub-Saharan Africans could not be referred to as Indians, quote unquote, then the book would not have clearly implied such synonymity. Do you understand what I'm saying? You can't use the terms interchangeably to an audience who would not have accepted that the terms could be used interchangeably. So what they're telling us in this 1822 work is that Europeans still saw a connection between the two peoples. In the Dublin Gazette of 1730, there's an important descriptive of a group of American Indians who visited England. It stated, and I quote, "On Monday, when the Indian king and the prince and 5 of the chiefs of his court, all blacks, were introduced to his majesty at Windsor." So now what did you just call the Indians? Blacks. Blacks. And these were Indians, because then it goes on to talk about how they wore horses' tails, which were down their back. Their faces and shoulders were painted with green and red and blue, and painted feathers on their heads. All from the Americas. All blacks, all Indians. Many works from the 19th century and earlier indicate that several educated Europeans were convinced that quote unquote blacks or African peoples or Moors and Indians had a shared heritage. And again, when J.A. Rogers, who I really came to appreciate more after actually looking at some of this work. J. Rogers did a great service, and in fact was brilliant. For someone who had no doctorate, J. Rogers had no professional degree in history, and he did better work than a lot of people I know who have PhDs. And so that's why I say again, if anyone has an interest, there is a certain technique and approach to analyzing information, but it doesn't take letters behind your name to have sense. J. Rogers said, in certain parts of the Southwest and in the Middle Atlantic, an Indian is more mulatto and Negro than anything else. In certain states, as with Virginia, an Indian is only one, meaning only an Indian, while on the reservation. Away from it, he is a Negro. End of quote. What he essentially was saying is, Europeans couldn't essentially tell the difference between someone who was recognized as an Indian and someone who was recognized as black, because there was so much of a synonymity between the two. But you know what begins to happen, and this is my hypothesis about where the confusion comes. I just talked earlier about how in the 1820s, people knew that you could use the term African and Indian interchangeably. In the 18th century, people were using the term black and Indian interchangeably. But Europeans understood by the middle and end of the 19th century, they needed to give one image of what an Indian was, which didn't look like quote unquote black folks, so as to disconnect people from the land. Okay? Because if people were saying, well, wait a minute, you keep talking about you brought us over here in slave ships. How do I know many of my ancestors weren't already here when you arrived? It now shifts the concept of power and who has a right to connect themselves to the land. It's not a negation of the connection to Africa, but it's a recognition that that connection is both American and African. And that someone who is Seneca, or someone who is Natchez, or someone who is Cherokee, who greet each other with Salim Alaikum, the Cherokee, are related to African people. And there is an African-Muslim connection. But even more, the African connection is pre-Islamic. And when I mean pre-Islamic, the religion of Islam. It's before the religion of Islam that's introduced in the 6th century. The late 19th century Scottish historian McRitchie makes a rather matter-of-fact statement. This is where I'm going to close this out. He makes a rather matter-of-fact statement, like, who doesn't know this? About Moors being in North America. While discussing the practice of various peoples who would darken or blacken their skin or their faces, McRitchie writes, and I quote, "Many brown-skinned races have blackened their faces artificially, such as certain Fijians of the present day, and the Moors of North America in the days of William Penn." He refers specifically to Moors in North America in the days of William Penn. Of course, one could ask the question, what was it that happened?
You're home before sunrise, on top of the house, the kids, and our future. The smell of your cooking is our alarm clock. My Shiro's day is never done. So let's start saving a little more now so we can feel prepared for retirement. A free 3-minute online chat can give us the personalized tips we need so we can live our lives to the fullest. Visit aceyourretirement.org.
The right protein can help you lose huge amounts of weight, but the wrong protein will destroy your health.
Cardiologist Stephen Gundry says he solved the weight loss mystery.
You really have changed the way I think about what I eat.
Best book I've seen on diet ever.
You did all this research. You were 70 pounds heavier. What did you change? What did you stop eating? What did you start eating?
So I used to be 70 pounds overweight, and I was running 30 miles a week. I was going to the gym 1 hour every day and eating a healthy, low-fat vegetarian diet. And no matter what I did, I couldn't lose weight.
Then Dr. Gundry discovered a remarkable scientific breakthrough that changed everything.
If you want to improve heart health, lose weight, and feel better, you don't need to add anything to your diet. You just need to take away one simple thing. One of these foods helps you lose weight. One of these foods significantly reduces food cravings, but one of these foods increases your risk of heart disease by a staggering 20%. Do you know which is which? My name is Dr. Stephen Gundry, and I made this video to give you a quick protein quiz that could actually save your life. Because eating the right protein can help you lose weight, get stronger bones, and even help protect your heart. It can also help reduce digestive discomfort and give you smoother, more regular bowel movements. It can boost your mood, support brain health, and even help support healthy blood pressure and blood sugar levels. And of course, good protein fills you up, helping stop food cravings in their tracks. By making this one small change to your diet, you can experience profound benefits. Benefits I've seen in thousands of patients who finally got rid of health problems that have been nagging them for years. And changes I've seen in myself every day when I look in the mirror, including losing 70 pounds of weight and keeping it off for 20 years. Because I do this simple thing every day, and at age 68, I've never felt better in my life. There's just one problem. Millions of Americans are eating one specific protein that's now been shown to be toxic to your health. Even worse, many people are eating this every single day and have no idea it could lead to heart disease, stroke, and even cancer. This has become a major health issue in America. So in the next couple minutes, I'm going to reveal to you the truth about protein. I'm also going to reveal the one food that, in my opinion, you must stop immediately, because eating this just once a day could increase your risk for heart disease by 20%. And I'll bet it's in your refrigerator.
Had people engaging in the practice of also darkening their skin. It goes back to the reasons that people like Abdul Rahman III darkened his skin, because his mother was Frankish. She was part European, and he thought he was too light. And during the time of the Moorish control of Spain, people wanted to be darker. And so they would darken their skin. That's another thing that David McRitchie talks about in his book, the custom of Europeans darkening their skin to look like Europeans. I mean, to look like Moors or Africans. It wasn't a minstrel show. This was a recognition that these people have power and value. I want to look like them. And that's why I'm putting you all in my coat of arms. So even if I look like Roger Moore today, you can see that my great-great-great-great-great-grandmother or grandfather looked like Lou Gossett. So the recognition of this connection between Native Americans and African peoples, I think, needs to be given more attention. And I say this because I do believe, when I listen to that Hopi prophecy about the connection, I do believe that something like that could come to pass. I don't know if you ever heard of the Ansara Set. I think the leader is called the Shechem of Shechem. I believe he said back in like 90, his prophecy was that the Civil War in the US would actually be started by disgruntled Europeans who were upset because they feel they're losing ground. And he left it there. I thought it was interesting that the Hopi prophecy then picked up on this idea of saying, yeah, but African peoples, African men and women are going to lead another revolution to establish justice and harmony on the earth, and specifically to do so in the Americas, and that Native Americans would benefit from that. I believe it was last summer, the Million Youth March, was that what was here in Harlem? And one of the sisters that spoke was a Native American sister, warrior woman, who got up and if there was a roof, she blew it off by the time she finished, in terms of talking about the connection between the struggles of African and Indian peoples. So we need to think about that. Okay? It's very important. We need to recognize that we do need to unite, whether you want to look at it from the perspective of the Moorish science movement, the uniting of Asia, or whether you want to look at it from the perspective of peoples of color needing to act like we are the majority, which we are, which we often forget. I can't tell you how many students I have who come to me and say, well, you know, white people, you know, are the majority of the world, so how could we ever get control? Again, you're talking about miseducation. You're talking about people being convinced that when they hear about the Moors, the Phoenicians, even the Native Americans, some people think that some of the Native Americans were Europeans. And although there's evidence that there were some Europeans in the Americas, the Native Americans were largely an Asiatic people with connections between East Africa and Near Asia. So I'm going to stop there. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Hotep brothers and sisters, please be seated. Do we have any specific questions? They have to be brief. One. Brother?
Okay, the question that I was just asked was to explain the Moorish Constitution as it explains to both Britain and the United States. I don't know if I understand the question unless we're talking about the treaty. You talking about the treaty between Morocco? Oh, yeah, okay. If I understand the question, we're talking about treaties, agreements between nations that existed, in fact, even earlier than the 18th century. But one of the most prominent treaties and referred to as part of Moorish Constitution is from 1786. The significance of that treaty was that, and actually this is a very good question, I didn't get a chance to go into all this. There is evidence everywhere. It's just that people say, you know, it's in front of you, but you can't see it. You can't make sense of it. You had Moors. You had people who were recognized as Moorish nationals living in the Americas, both when it was controlled by the British and then when it was controlled by the United States. And such people had the power and the political rights of any other citizen or any other subject of the British Empire. But they needed to identify themselves as Moors. The reason was simple. The European powers had set up a trade in the enslavement of peoples. They had also engaged in what might be considered legal somersaults to recreate people as Negro, black, and colored, so as to justify their enslavement and to label them as not being human. International treaties recognize nations, peoples. To be a recognized national, you have to identify yourself as such. Okay? In other words, if somebody is living in South Carolina in 1790, and there's something on the books in the South Carolina Legislative House, which says Negroes do not have the same rights as the citizenry of this state. Negroes are to be restricted from owning guns. Negroes are to be restricted from voting. If these laws, which are in place, are specifically saying this is what it is to be a Negro, you don't want to be a Negro in South Carolina in 1790. Right, you want to, well, some of us, I think, still want to be Negroes, though. No matter, regardless of what we say, and that's the question that only each of us individually can answer. But in 1790, just to continue this, there was a group of Moors who went to the State House in South Carolina with a petition and said, look, we are Moors. We do not want to be categorized and covered under the Negro Act, which existed in the state. We are part of a nation. This nation of Morocco, Imperial Morocco, has a treaty, an agreement with the US government. We also had a treaty with Britain. We're to be recognized as nationals and therefore recognized as citizens. And as a result, that group, the petition was filed, it was passed, and that is just one example of a group of African people having this power. But here's the problem. There's something in the law, and I know you're probably familiar with it because of Brother Maddox, there's de jure and de facto. There is how things manifest in fact and what the law says. The problem was that as African peoples, as the Moors lost more and more power in the 18th and through the 19th century, it's very difficult to have people protect your rights. But there are all kinds of legal cases where people are saying, look, I'm not a Negro, I'm a Moor, which exists, was people are trying to argue, I don't want to be under that designation. And typically, they were correct, and they got justice. But it was a very difficult situation to be in because what? The vast majority of people of African ancestry were enslaved. So people automatically said, it was say guilt by association. Most people who look like you are enslaved. Therefore, you must be a slave. So you got to keep proving yourself. You have to keep defending yourself. But that was in the 18th and 19th centuries. One of the things that Drew Ali sought to do in the 20th century was to bring that knowledge back to the general population of, if you will, Moorish Americans, to get people to recognize that. Now, people say it's not a fix-all, cure-all, but it's the beginning of a great change in your own condition, spiritually as well as politically. I often say, and we sometimes underestimate this, you know, words have power. Words have power. If we use words for ourselves, which Europeans developed for negative purposes, what sort of resonance, what sort of spiritual resonance are we giving off by identifying ourselves by such terms? Right? So I think it's important for us to become more informed about this. I'm actually finishing a book, finally. I need to clap myself. I have 2 weeks to get it done. It'll be coming out Karnak House out of London. So hopefully by January. But I've got 2 more weeks to get it done. I'm writing the conclusion now of that. So the title is Othello's Children in the New World. Okay, Othello as in the tragic figure, because much of our lack of historical knowledge is tragic. And New World is in quotes, because this is not new, because we have been here for millennia. Okay. Any other? Is there one other question? The sovereignty. If you are a sovereign nation, it means that you have the right to your own self-determination. Sovereignty is usually determined by your political power, your land, and culture or language. Most nations try to establish that they have a land, a culture, very often a language, which gives them a right to declare themselves as autonomous. They are a sovereign or independent nation. One of the things that exists when you look at the legacy of the Moors in this issue of sovereignty is the Moorish Empire at one time extended from what is now Morocco as far south as Senegal and all the way out to the to the western border of Egypt. That's a huge portion of Africa. And then if you include Moorish control of areas of the Mediterranean, Europe, at one time it included, his brother was saying, portions of what is now Italy, Rome, at one time during the Moorish conquest, known as the Saracens. All those areas at one time were under Moorish domination. And then, after I just talked to you about the Americas, there is evidence that the dominions extended into the Americas as well. Now, establishing that this was something that the European world recognized is something I have not yet been able to do with a clear document. That would be the proverbial, people say, the smoking gun. To find clear evidence, here's something written by the British or something written by some European source or some source in Arabic, which indicates that these lands were also recognized as being under Moorish dominion. But the idea of sovereignty means that you are an autonomous nation which has a right to govern itself. And you may or may not choose to be part of a larger nation. You may or may not choose to be part of a larger nation. Native Americans, essentially, if they are recognized nations under the Bureau of Indian Affairs, are recognized as what? Sovereign nations. Meaning they're supposed to be recognized as autonomous. They can conduct their own political affairs, yet they choose to remain within the domain of what is now called the United States. So their sovereignty is recognized, and they choose to still interact within this society. Of course, it's kind of hard not to if you're surrounded by, a structure, political structure that's more powerful than you are and set up around you. But that essentially, I don't know if that answered the question. We talked about the issue of sovereignty. That's what I would say on that topic of sovereignty. Brother Man. Do I have a Moorish connection to Hammurabi? Hammurabi is part of the old, well, it was actually what's often referred to as Mesopotamia, which again is customarily said to be part of Europe's history. Because when you hear Europeans or Westerners talk about Mesopotamia, they generally claim it as an extension of Europe. But in fact, as G.O.A.T and others have pointed out, that part of the world, when you talk about the region between the Tigris and Euphrates, the Chaldeans, you're talking about places occupied by people of color. Semites and Hamites. Hammurabi is responsible for developing one of the first legal codes. And it's a code of laws. His name, certainly, Ham, H-A-M, etymologically, Chem, is a reference to Africoid people. So automatically we should take notice of that. Names can tell you a lot. That's why I'm interested in names. Schwarzenegger and Hammurabi too. Chem. In terms of the Washita The Washita Nation, which is down in Louisiana, there's a sister who's well, I know she's referred to as the Empress, who recently got land back from the federal government that she said belonged to her Washita ancestors. The federal government obviously agreed and returned the land to her. The Washita are also, and this is where it gets, to me, why I remember and why it's interesting. The Washita name is also the same name that was anglicized as Washington, as in George Washington. Now that's a fact. Now the question, when people often talk about, old George's European or English ancestry, yes, he had English ancestry as well. He was, as they say, mixed, or so it would seem, based upon his name. But the Washita Indian people, the Washita word, the name itself, is the origin of the word Washington, which again should have people beginning to look again at this person referred to as the first president of the United States. But I don't know a whole lot about what the Empress of the Washita Nation is doing now, so I really can't speak to that, beyond that. Okay. Okay. Islam. Mm-hmm. Well, I actually, that's an interesting question, but I would actually just say, I'm not so concerned about whether the Civil Rights Act, is reinstated so much, because your point is that would affect certainly those who go under those categories. Legally, that would be true. But whether or not I think people would stand for it is something else. But I think you're right. You're making the point that legally, of course, right, people under those designations would be legally limited. They would have limited themselves by allowing themselves to be designated under those categories. As Drew Ali said, a granted privilege, which existed not only in terms of the right to vote with the 15th Amendment, but also in terms of what you're saying with the Civil Rights Act, Voting Rights Act, those acts in the 1960s, because those acts were designed presumably to cover Negroes. Right. Right. Well, legally, that's right. Right. You're making a good legal point. Legally, those folk would be able to be treated in any way that the legal system chooses. Right. Okay. All right. All right. Can I let the sister just ask? All right. Let the sister ask one question.
You care for the house, the kids, and our future. My Shiro's day is never done. So let's save a little more now.
The idea of separating Europe from Asia really begins around the time of the Greek and the Roman civilizations. And it was designed to indicate their separation in values, in cultural values, as well as the conflict that they were having with peoples to the east. So to my knowledge, to my understanding, it comes out of that period of Greece and Rome. What Diop would probably also say is it's really based upon the separation in, like I said, the value system. In the African origin civilization, for example, he talks about Europeans emphasizing a nomadic lifestyle where strength and theft become part of their value system because they came from an area that was resource poor. And those peoples who occupied areas of Asia and Africa who were resource rich had a value system which was much more sharing and open. And so the idea of the separation of those known as Europeans from those known as Asiatics or Asians really begins with the value system. Because the fact of the matter is, if Europeans began to act as Asiatics in their values, then they become Asiatic. If we recognize, as the sister just pointed out, that that whole area was part of what was called the Asiatic world. So the separation is based largely upon how they act, the value system that emerged in the face of limited resources, the value system that emerged when they started to worship themselves, when they decided to put up an image and say, this is God and he looks like me. And that focus upon the worship of self and the justification of taking from others is what separates them from the rest of the human family. So that's an excellent point. Very, very important point, because people often get into the idea of how do you identify the enemy? We can't necessarily identify the enemy all the time on the basis of them not looking like us. If it was that easy, we would probably have gotten out from under this condition a long time ago. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and I say peace.
Brothers and sisters, Dr. Jose V. Pimienta Bay. A round of applause, please. Yes. Thank you, Dr. Jose V. Pimienta Bay.
Yeah, man.
Once again, brothers and sisters, Dr. Jose V. Pimienta Bay. Okay, brothers and sisters, we need just a little more of your time. Please hold on, just be seated a few more minutes. We want to bring up some young people who are going to assist us in the raffle that one of you may be.
Yeah, I'm gonna say we good with that, yo. Hey, man, I'm gonna say Islam down the Mo's out there. Yo, man, I definitely want to see how you guys feel about this video. I'm gonna say that was a lecture by Dr. Jose Pimienta Bay from 1999. So, you know, he was on it, y'all. Hold on one second. He was on it, you know what I'm saying, in 1999. So, you know what I'm saying? So I would just like to say, you know what I'm saying, with something he said towards the end there, he said, you know, how do you recognize the enemy? Right? A lot of times we're in this chat room, so we never hear people, but we can hear you type and stuff like that or whatever, right? This is how I do it. This is how I recognize it. You know, somebody's not listening to reasoning. Somebody's not listening to, you know, not trying to or continue using words to keep us separated from each other. Though, yo, you the guys, you guys, I'm watching you guys. You can't get past these words. Like this guy, right, in 99, right? He kept interchanging African and more. I don't know if you guys do that, you know, in 2020, going into 21, we know that these words, Indian and African, are interchangeable. But we know people are using words for their social political gain. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times when we're reading these articles and reading these books, we're reading from their perspective, their mindsets. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times people, you know, no matter, you know, a lot of times, you know, we say, you know, oh man, those guys are still in the church. And then you pull out a prayer rug. Like, you know what I'm saying? So we got to talk about it and grow up and get rid of these terms. You know, we like to call them pet names, you know, and then to separate based off of these pet names, I think is really ridiculous. We know that words have spells and words have magic. So if you can identify certain things, then you should be able to apply that same logic across the board. Okay. So I recognize the enemy by the ones who continue to push this division. Okay. You know who you are. So I don't have time to waste. Okay. Winter solstice, December 25th, y'all. It's going down, man. We're gonna be fucking over slavery and roots and all that shit, y'all. And then you already know it's a live performance by the infamous Trey Ali. And we're gonna have a few more special guests coming through the building, y'all. Y'all already know it, man. Appreciate everybody, man. We're gonna be doing the first annual Tribe Up Ancestral Awards, okay? Talking about will the ancestors recognize you? That's what we're talking about, y'all, you know. Oh man, let me put this link in the chat room. Peace to everybody, man. Definitely appreciate you guys. But yeah, man, we gotta decide something what we're gonna do here. Nati. Peace to Nati. Thank you, brother. Hey, like I said, man, I want to say shout out to everybody, man, in the building. Put the link in the chat room, man. We're gonna talk about this like adults, y'all. You know what I'm saying? We're not gonna debate, not gonna argue. We have things called etymology and stuff like that. So we're going to go back and forth. Terminologies that were placed upon us. Some of these terms was placed back in time. So hey, it's gonna be 7. So I'm gonna put the link. I'm gonna put it on the screen. Yeah, they continue to put these names over everything, you know. I just think it's interesting, you know, and that's kind of what I want to talk about, you know. We talk about if words have consequences and words matter, then okay, well, then what we allow people to call us and then what we answer to and then what we apply to ourselves. And once again, I'd recognize the enemy as the one who is not strong enough, just like Malcolm X was having this conversation. They said, leave your religion at the door. Leave your pet names at the door too, dog. Black, all that. Leave that shit at the door. Black's my favorite color. It took me a long time, y'all, to get away from black. Sometimes I still slip up. You know what I'm saying? I was so black, bliggity black, 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 black. But guess what? I'm still for air quotes black people. The hell? Oh yeah. So we got anybody coming in? Yeah, man. So you know, we talk about that, y'all gotta understand what we're doing over here. Oh, here we go right here. It's gonna start at 7 Eastern Standard Time, Christmas or winter solstice evening. You know what I'm saying? It's the winter solstice, y'all. We'll get into a lot of that stuff, y'all. But we're gonna be it's the first. We're gonna be announcing a lot of the people. Some people who are gonna be recognized for the first annual Tribe Up Ancestral Awards. You know what I'm saying? So, question is, will the ancestors recognize you? You know what I mean? And you know, we grinding out here. So, so that's going down like live performance by the infamous Trey Ali, y'all. So, like I said, y'all might see some. It's gonna be a lot of other things going on, man. Who else? We're gonna be sliding through the building. Y'all might see. Oh, Lotus sliding through the building. Naughty might be in the building. Shout out to Naughty. What's got in there? Hey man, peace to everybody sliding through the building, man. Hey, if y'all haven't caught that American Shogun Commander in Chief, Egypt of America, man, uncovered, man, by yours truly, man. Y'all better go check that thing out, man. It's 8 hours, man. It's crazy information. I think it's probably might have been the first time in American history it's been shown. So y'all might want to go check that thing out. And y'all know we're gonna be dropping some flames Christmas night, man. So be there, be square. What else we got going on? Hey man, it's the Christmas, it's the holiday season, man. It's AmericanAboriginalShoes.com, man. Get you some more shoes. Hey, see, now this is how this works, right? When people say, man, what are you talking about? I said, man, we got Hebrew shoes, we got Moorish shoes, we got black shoes. See how that work? I'm not gonna, as a businessman, right? As a businessman, right? If I wanted to sell my shoes to my people, right? I'm not gonna discriminate on these different labels by what you guys would divide yourself. So guess what? The shoes can bring us together. We all American Aborigines. See what I'm saying? So imagine where he put black and African and all these other things. He put Aborigine in there, and specifically where you were Aborigine too. Be proud of where you're an Aborigine from. See how this works? We're proud American Aborigines. If you're an Aborigine from Europe, be proud. Go home, bro. See how that works? You want to be a proud Irishman? Have at it. Okay? We here. We fighting this struggle here. We don't have time to be in Ireland, South France. We here. We got to deal with here. You niggas is in La La Land. Fuck. Shit crazy, yo. It's Ireland. Got the guy Libra son is in the building. What up, though?
What's good?
Same shit, different stool, man. You already know what we doing over here.
Peace to all the American gods and goddesses in the building. What we
What's
talking
going
about?
down? Hey, man, I don't know if you caught that video right there before, Libra, but what you think? What's your first raw reaction to that?
Oh man, I mean, it was
1999 now. It's 1999.
Yeah. I mean, you can tell. You know what I mean? You can tell, brother. You can tell.
Whoa. How you could tell though? How you could tell? Like the dress, how he was dressed?
Nah. I'm just saying,
Right.
just off the conversation. You know what I'm saying? The mindset. You can definitely tell. You know, because it was, he had I'm gonna say, his foundation of thinking seemed to be African, from an African mindset or
Hey, that's
Pan-African
interesting.
mindset. Yeah.
It's definitely interesting.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, especially when you're using these terms and, when you say African, it definitely puts you over there. But then he was kind of like, like I said, 21 years ago, science and different things hadn't came out yet, right? Like LIDAR and certain things, and certain findings hadn't came out yet, like Naya. You know what I'm saying? I don't even think Louisiana had been found at this time, if I'm not mistaken. So he was working off of old information, and still, right? When we talk about we moving forward, that's 21 years ago. So if he would have just applied different words to what he was describing as the Aborigines, don't apply Native Americans, say, oh, Africans may love the Native Americans. And even if you try to describe these said Native Americans, right, as black, once again, niggas is confused because they have a social, a psychological picture of what a Native American is supposed to be. Okay, so I think that's a problem. Whatever, when we listen to stuff or whatever, you gotta understand people be casting spells on you, and they'll tell you, hey, we know word spells, and they even give you examples of it, but then turn around and use one in the same context, the same sentence. You understand what I'm saying? Do you kind of get what I'm saying, though, Libra? And you gotta
Yeah,
grow up, man. If you in the chat room, you mad about words, bro. I don't know what to tell you at this point. Like for real, I'm not about to debate you. The chat, the links in the chat room. I don't know what to say to you. You know what I'm saying? We don't debate over here. We just show the facts and let it go where it may. Our ancestors didn't call themselves shit. Shit was applied to us. Okay. Period. So that's what we got to talk about. Shit was applied to us.
well,
Hey,
not only
hey, shout out
that,
to
but
Dr. Jaffa Bay. I will let y'all know this. We will be honoring Dr. Jaffa Bay at the first annual Tribe Up Ancestral Awards. So tell a friend, tell another friend. How about that? Oh, as well as Dr. David Imhotep. He's going to be on deck as well, y'all. So salute to Dr. David Imhotep. First annual Tribe Up Ancestral Awards, December 25th. Be there, be there. How about that? Go ahead, leave.
no, what I was about to say is that, it's not just the words being used, but it's in the reference and the mindset that's also been given. You know what I'm saying? It's like they're not just giving us words, but they're giving us the mindset along with those words. And you can clearly hear the mindset that was coming from this individual. I mean, it was crystal clear. You know what I mean? And it was primarily, from African origin. You know what I mean? A lot of times, when I talk about the foundation of people's thinking, it's their mindset. So it's not just enough to change the wording, but you also have to change your understanding. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Absolutely, brother. Which is weird, because when you're reading a book or listening to a song or watching a movie, the authors, the writers of those of that content of that content, right? Um, they want you to feel or think the way they wrote the movie or the book or the song. You understand what I'm saying? They want you to feel and think the way they wrote it. You understand my point? So that goes along with not only the word spells that okay, well, this would be their descriptive term of certain said things, whatever. So when you're saying certain things, when see people say, oh, explorers in certain time periods said that they found Ethiopians, right? And we broke some of this stuff down. It lets you know you have to have etymology on your side, right? And we know that these people are applying stuff to people. And I said this before, not to piss anybody off, but we know that they write stuff back in time periods. So people wasn't calling themselves certain things, whether it was Indian or Moor or Mayan and other things. They're writing it. Oh, ancient Mayan civilization 2,000 years ago, but then Mayan is 500 years ago. See what I'm saying? What they are describing it. Or Meso is this time period, and then they're writing that time period back in time to take ownership of not only that time period, but of your mind in that time period. That's what I'm saying. This is the source of their power today. Okay. This is the source of their power today that we're allowing them to write the books for our kindergartens, for our second graders, our fifth graders, 12th graders, so on and so forth. We allow them to shape their minds. We have allowed them to shape our minds. And they use religion primarily to do it. Okay. Are y'all ready for that? And that's
Not
just what
only
we're doing. Y'all ready for it? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah. Not only that, though. I mean, not only are they, taking words and pushing them back in time, but by doing so, they are also transporting their minds back in time. You know what I'm saying? Their understanding that's been given to them, they're also, applying that to the past. You know what I'm saying? And that's, it's just like no matter where you are, no matter where you go, there you are. You know what I'm saying? So they're transporting their mind back in time as well when they're, researching this information or reading this information. And they don't, probably they don't even realize it. but it's more than just words. It's about how you perceive um, how you perceive the situation. You know what I mean?
Want me to give you an example of that?
Well, I mean, the same thing is like, when he was talking about the Olmecs, and he was making reference to what they look like to him. You know what I'm saying? So to him, it appears that his number one priority is Africa. You know what I'm saying? And he transposed that thinking into whenever you see a black person, that means that it's an African that has something to do with it. Just like he was talking about mixing in with the tribes and all this and that. You know, um, he is looking at the existence of the so-called quote unquote black person as originating in Africa. You can clearly tell that that's where his mind is. Using, out of all this information he's putting out, he's also showing that he's using lookership. You know what I'm saying? So that's his mindset. Lookership. He looks like an African to me, then he must be an African.
Hey, peace, Noble.
Peace, God. How you guys doing? I just wanted to kind of
All is well.
jump in for a second while I'm working here. So regarding Dr. Jose Pimienta Bay, there, fellas, don't take his what he's saying literally, because what he's doing, he's speaking in code, and he's dropping jewels for the future generation to take it and explicitly express the truth. See, sometimes we have to kind of understand the situation that some of the teachers from before are in. He's a tenured professor at a university, so he can't say certain things like we can. So we have to understand that as well. So he has to speak in code, but he'll drop certain jewels for the future generation to fully express. And that's what you guys are done here. So you guys, whether you are conscious of it or not, are from what people like the good doctor set forth 30, 40 years ago. See, so they couldn't really express it out explicitly. He can't do that now. So you have to understand his position, being a tenured professor in their system. He has to seek it out in code to us, to where you guys can go ahead and 100% explicitly lay it out. See, so it's not that he's under a certain mindset where he knows it all. He knows everything, but he can't say it, especially on during a lecture or any kind of public meeting. But in private, I mean, I've known him for many years, but in private, he says the same thing that we say. So I just wanted to clear that, so everyone kind of understand that there.
Hey,
Peace.
that's what's up, bro.
I appreciate that, Amani. Peace to the God.
Yeah.
Facts. Yeah, we
And
definitely
and
understand.
let me just say this too, Amani. I mean, I do take things like that into consideration. Um, but at a certain point, I guess you can say that if that were the case, there would be some instances where he stated things that he really didn't have to. You know what I'm saying? Um,
Mm-hmm.
in
Mm-hmm.
in order in order to do that. So I mean, like I say, I look at it in its totality, and kind of break it down from there. But that's just, like I say, that's my personal observation.
And now
Um,
remember, again, that was 1997 now, right? So
yes.
remember, his position is you can't say too much too heavy during that time, because people it just go over their heads. Now he currently has his a podcast called, I believe it's a Mexum something, and he actually had a segment on the term black, that you're not that. See, so but that's 2020, where people are ready for that, right? So he has a whole segment on this new YouTube podcast about stop using the term black. But in 1997, he couldn't just expressly say that, because at that time the mental set of most of our people, they weren't ready for that. You see, so you can go on to his current, what he's saying in 2020, and juxtapose it to 1997, and it's different. So a lot of this stuff he's expressing now more, and like the term black. And so yeah, I mean, I could I can maybe I can share that later
Hey, brother
with you,
Marty.
Chief. Yeah.
These terms, right? And I just want to get your insight. You're OG. You've been around, and you know what the dead bodies are, right? So my
Yeah.
point is, right? Here's my point, right? We got people going back and forth about Indian and Moor, right? Or black and Negro, right? These terms.
Mm-hmm.
What's your insight on the word Moor, brother?
Well, I haven't shared this yet, but I have it's very, very ancient, and a lot of people aren't really clued in on what its real origin. Okay, now according to the Oxford Dictionary, the MR, which is the symbol of the Medu Neter, or what they call hieroglyphs, is the owl, with the right to the left of the owl is an open oval, like a mouth, open oval, and that's the MR. Okay, so but in the Oxford Dictionary, it tells you that MR title, meaning Lord Governor, was pulled off of the cartouche of Ramses II. So that MR title of Lord Governor is ancient, and of course, if when Ramses II took that title, it predates him. You see, so the MR is very, very ancient, and so that's I take the most the oldest meaning of it, and I go with that. So the MR being the glyph of the owl with the open mouth to the left of it means the MR, and it's Lord Governor. See, so that's one of the ancient origin of it, and that's all over the world. You see, also landowner, sovereign. So that's the ancient meaning of the MR. So, but it's been watered down to people who are melanated over the planet, and then somehow it got through doctrine applied to individuals who supposedly went up into Spain and the Iberian Peninsula and all that crap, and then it got watered down to meaning dark, melanin rich people. I mean, so it just got watered down a lot. But the oldest definition that I found, going back to the tomb of Ramesses with the glyph of the MR, meaning Lord Governor, sovereign, landowner. That is what it means there.
Well, I also read that, and you said the owl. What I got out of the MR from my research is the eye, and that wouldn't necessarily transcribe to more. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Just and if, because we're scholars and we can only go with what we can go with, because we're going with the texts that come from Germanic speaking people. Am I correct?
Right. Yeah. So that actually the interpretation of that owl with the open oval to the left comes from what's his name? He was the one who wrote the when he had tried to translate the Medu Neter.
Right. So we're gonna go to that was written deciphered and translated.
Right. But they actually call him pseudo. So your modern today Egyptologists don't follow his interpretation of it. His name will come to me soon there.
Okay. I got you. All right. So I got my answer though. You satisfied with that answer?
But again, yes. I mean, we their interpretation of the Medu Neter was, I mean, hell,
Once again,
we
we're
really
getting
can't really
we're
read
getting
it. No one can
Germans, we're getting
actually really
German,
read it.
Coptic Germans.
Exactly.
Once again,
Right.
okay. So once
Right.
again, all right, all right, there we go. Got you.
Yes.
You
Yes.
understand my point? To what we're
Yeah.
going back to? Okay,
Yeah.
so we'll be once again, we're getting their rendition of ancient people when we predate all of that, and definitely America. When we're talking America, our stuff is 10,000 years older than Sumer. Period. I'm just gonna leave
Right, but now,
Jews
but
in their
now,
box.
when they say
Leave them,
Ramses the
leave that
second,
alone
now
now.
though, when they say Ramses the second, I'm not
Yeah.
saying that he's from the place that they tell us he's from.
Yeah,
Right.
well, I'm just gonna throw all that in the trash. I'm gonna throw the whole Jew Zionist story in the trash. That's what I'm gonna do because I've researched all this. I'm done with that. But some people
Right.
got to go through this. Okay, I'm definitely done. Anything that Germans brought to our people, they can have that back. Black, white,
Well,
green,
you know,
yellow,
yeah, I agree with that.
purple.
I
All right, I got
agree
y'all.
with
So as long
that.
as we all
Yeah.
grown around here, I just want some of you guys to grow up and stop arguing with people going back and forth. Where you think you're an Indian, it's like we're not Aborigines because you're slow. I need you to wake up and stop fucking around. Like we need to get the building. And that shit
Yeah,
right
yeah, I
there
totally agree with
is
that. Yeah.
like that points out the enemy. You are the enemy. Look in the mirror and be like, I'm the enemy. Yeah, you're the enemy. You're probably a free fucking agent. So I'm gonna keep it real. It's like, I'm not about to mince words with y'all. Don't bring that German shit over here. Please. Leave that German shit at the door. Leave your pet names at the door. I can get some information from Dr. Pimienta Bay, and I'm sure, like the brother said, he loved breadcrumbs, just like Dr. Ivan Van Sertima loved breadcrumbs, like Dr. Ben. They working with UNESCO. They literally working with the enemy. Dr. John Henry Clark. I mean, come on, y'all, stop playing. But we do know that they did put Black studies, and then which morphed into African studies, and we know who funded that. So if you're a byproduct that, if your mind is a byproduct that, you are the enemy to your people. You might not even know it. We just got to stand on that. Even if to the religious side of it, we know that that's fuck, that they use religion to enslave our people across the world. So it don't make no sense to me when people were beefing over their religions and their names, and y'all niggas be beefing on their own. They disrespect niggas disrespect their whole bloodline over what somebody taught them in the indoctrination at school, Indian school. Are you serious? Terrible. And we wonder why we ain't got no power. We're not tapped into our ancestors. That's how I feel.
Well, I mean,
I
you know,
digress.
it's upon ourselves to be responsible to create literature. You see, so we can view the same data and information and draw our own conclusions, and put paper to pen to shape the future minds. Right, that's our responsibility. So instead of going on their
Facts.
observations of information, we go on our own observations.
That's a fact, bro, and that's that's what we try to get people to see. That's it right there. You know,
That's
and
in a
that's why
nutshell.
yeah, and that's why I say it ain't just about the words per se. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely about the mind. It's definitely about the mindset because if a person have a certain foundation of the way that they think and perceive things, then that foundation is going to follow them throughout their journey. You know what I mean?
Right.
And a lot of times that's why they end up missing things because they have this conceived idea about what the information is and what the information is telling them, based on a certain given mindset.
Right.
And that's
Mm-hmm.
basically what I look at. So, I may not be looking at things in a traditional way, but I try to look at the information and how it's being perceived, and saying whether or not you know there's some assumptions being made, or like that's always my first rule, is to not make assumptions. And when you're reading people's literature and information, that's one of the first things I look at. you know, um, Especially with those spellbound words, I look at the fact of whether or not assumption is being made,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and that's part of my process anyway.
Facts.
So
Yeah, I mean, when I was younger, I used to go at them. I used to battle them. I used to dispute them and challenge them. But I kind of learned just try to not take that approach. I mean, I went at Van Sertima several times. And see, the thing about it, he knows the truth. See, so when you cross that line, I lose all disrespect. He knows they were not visitors, although he put a book out to paint them as visitors. He gave tours down there, and people paying money to go on those tours with him and to shape the narrative that they were visitors. See that right there, I lose respect for you. So Dr. Jose Pimienta, they never went that far. You see, so when you want to create finance and industry off of shaping a false narrative, you cross that barrier. You know, you just lose our credibility. But again, he did leave important works for us. So you got to take some of the good from him, and then understand that he was doing things for self gaining interest as well.
I can agree with that. I can agree with that. You
Yeah.
know,
I,
and
I mean, I just think. Oh, go ahead, Lee. My bad.
no, I was just saying it's not to say that they don't be having good information that's helpful. Um, but like I say, the thing that I look at is, you know, I'm looking at a direction as to where is this information leading you to. You know what I'm saying? Um, so it has bits and pieces that were usable information, usable data. Um, but people pay more attention to the narrative than they do the actual data.
Right, exactly. And and then people, their hard earned money, it costs thousands of dollars to go on those tours when they had those tours back in the day. Now we have YouTube. The way they made their money, 30 years ago, they would give tours to Egypt. They would give tours to West Africa. They'd give tours to down in the Yucatan, and generate a lot of finance. And people who are the people paying the money believe that you cannot take advantage of them like that. That is a crime.
I was interested that you said in 1999, in the 90s, right, that doctors like Dr. Bay, and others couldn't say certain things and had to leave breadcrumbs, right? Do you think that there are doctors and people now that know this information, but because it's not in the general education curriculum, that they're not teaching it, bro?
Oh yes, yes, of course. I mean, they mainly know it. Most of them know this information. They know the truth, but they're on a now those are operatives. See, so the operatives are the ones that are right in your face on camera in these universities. Their books are allowed to be published and be sold in major outlets. So those individuals, yeah, they all know the truth. You see, but they're operatives and they have a mission, and they got to stick to that mission because they get self gaining interest and benefits from that to keep keep the people in darkness, for this current system to maintain itself. You see, and that they have to. This is their most important um, um, mission, is to make sure the mental consciousness that the people, the true sovereigns, the inheritors of this earth, do not regain their memory. That's the most important thing, and it's been that way. What for the last these close to 100 years since they, since the enemies put them in those seats of power. You see, because the enemy looks like us, but they're the puppet masters in the background. You never see them, you never hear them. You see their little palms that they put in front of you, right? So they know all of this information, but no one's talking about it because they get paid and they create an entire multi-trillion-dollar industry off of it. So now, when it comes to the Afrocentric paradigm and this whole new deal with the DNA, I mean that's a whole other industry they created. African DNA deal. So they get you on that diversion there, and they generate millions and millions of dollars in finance from that. And again, it's to keep you at a certain level, to keep you with the make sure that you continue to have amnesia, because we're suffering. People are suffering from amnesia, and they have to continue to suffer from that. Once they feel that they're rising up from there, they'll go right back in there, send their agents in to keep that amnesia, dominant, to make sure it prevails there. So yeah, they all know this information. It's not hidden. It's obvious. It's everywhere. And those that are studied, that have access to sacred information, they all know this information. Henry Louis Gates, he knows he knows the truth.
Well, we know there's funding behind pushing the Black agenda and obviously then pushing the African agenda, right? We've exposed that. So we know there's money behind it. You've said books and certain things. So even Dr. Jack Forbes, right? And Africans and Native Americans, right? Once again, Native Americans is a social construct. Africans is a social construct. He said that the editors and them, they made him change it to that. You understand what I'm saying? If this is gonna get out, they're not gonna put certain stuff out. It's like y'all know what it is. Y'all know they're not gonna do it. So the people have to speak, so to speak. You understand what I'm saying? We got to stop allowing these people to control us with words, and Black Lives Matter is a perfect fucking example of that, y'all. You know what I'm saying?
But
how they use that. Go ahead, brother.
But thanks for bringing up Jack Forbes, Noble, because that's a great point. Now, so Jack Forbes was constrained. He had handcuffs on. But like the true spook who sat by the door, he left those breadcrumbs. The most valuable piece of evidence he left has been in everyone's face the entire time. The actual cover of his book. You have a family, two princesses, and their father. You see that? You see the cover of his book, right? With the three individuals with the gold nose rings and decked out in gold with the spears.
Yep.
When I went to Al-Andalus, what they call Spain, in 2012, I went there to do some research, and I'll show some evidence of that. I have footage and video footage. I'll share that with the family when I do a build next time. But in the Madrid Museum, that's where that image came from. They're from Ecuador. And that was in the 1500s. Royalty from Ecuador's been in your face the entire time, but the Afrocentric didn't tell you about the image. Runoko Rashid didn't talk about the image. Ivan Van Serti didn't talk about the image. Forbes put it there, though, for a reason. Those are indigenous royalty from Ecuador. But no one talks about it. But Jack Forbes left it right there.
And you know what, bro? Those are the type of things that I also look at, because and that's a reason that I really don't down a lot of the scholars that left these breadcrumbs, because it does all play a part. You know what I'm saying? And whether or not they totally went left on it or whatever the case may be, I still can appreciate the small crumbs that they did leave. You know what I'm saying? Always make a reference to laying down bricks. You know what I'm saying? That was definitely a brick. You know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, even though I may not agree totally, with their information, but I do appreciate those breadcrumbs. That's a fact,
Indeed, yes.
and I do salute them for that.
I think we gotta get it together though as well, because that if somebody, anybody can read an article, anybody can read a book. Like, we have links, we put the links in the chat. You should be able to read it. I tell anybody, don't listen to shit we say. Do your own research. That's why you have links. That's why you have the ranches to put links in the chat room. Look it up real fast and put it in the chat room. Help you. You know what I'm saying? Don't listen to shit we say, bro. Like, do your own independent research, because there's a lot of people, right? Anybody can just read something, but that means that when you send your children to school, they don't need it. What they know how to read the book themselves. By after 4th or 5th grade, they could read. They could read themselves, so they don't need a teacher. Well, the teacher 9 times out of 10 don't look like them, and that teacher is gonna give them. Yeah. When you was in school, or you send your children to school, you always going back and forth for school, arguing with the teacher. You're like, this teacher don't care about my child. Like, of course they don't. They're lying to your children, period. And they're giving your children an inferiority complex that follows them. This is important. We got to take our children out of these school systems, abolish the school system. We talking about being abolitionists. You niggas talking about being abolitionists. Abolish that regular school system they got over there, and everything else. Abolish it. Start your own.
Well, and we also must address the pink elephant in the room as well. You see, so and I have to say this. Many of our grandparents made a pact, okay? And it's been, the standard operating procedure for our mothers, grandmothers in particular, because they are working, whether they know it. Well, most of them do know it because they receive benefits. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but I'll take my own case, and it's been the case all across every territory, where your mother or your grandmother who's taking care of you, that they get paid by the state to put the males, in particular the males, in these classes, special education classes, the dumb classes, basically. So when you're not, up to par, they put you in what's called these special ed classes. I don't know if you guys ever heard of them, but they're these special ed classes, and you go in there and you sit and you do basically 2-year-old stuff. But they were getting paid by the state for that. Many people are not aware of that. They were getting paid. So, like my auntie, both of her sons were in that special ed classes. She was getting monthly payments per head. One day, my cousin Lawrence actually passed one of the tests, and for that semester, he was able to leave the special ed class and go back to the regular class. His own mother got angry at him, lashed out at him, told him, "Don't you ever pass another test."
Wait. So she didn't do the motherfucking water boy mama on them, did? What you gonna do with all this learning, huh?
Exactly. You see, so they're getting paid by the state to send you to these schools, and for the males are the target now, not the females. I mean, you heard the expression that our mothers love their sons, but they raise their daughters. See, and so this is a lot of the stuff that goes on in these municipalities, that they have these deals with the mothers and the grandmothers for the boys in particular. And it's been going on for decades. No one talks. It's not out in the open. So when it comes to school and education, Just, when we say, oh, we want to set our own stuff up, but we first got to look at and recognize there's this pink elephant in this room that's been walking around destroying walls, and we've been ignoring it, not saying a word. So there's a lot of stuff we have to fix and clean up before we can start doing that, because it hadn't happened so far because we haven't dealt with that pink elephant in the room. So a lot of our mothers and grandmothers are getting paid by the state to keep the males in particular in these certain programs regarding education.
It's funny that you said that, and a lot of times, when we talk about, starting institutions, a lot of times people may take that lightly. You know what I'm saying? Because if you just look at what has been done to revert us to this type of mindset that most of our people have, you can say, oh, they were successful at doing it because they created these institutions. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes the way to reverse that action is to create your own institution.
Right. But
You know what
again,
I'm saying?
it's what you remember. You kept talking about the mindset, but
Mm-hmm.
right, we got to first fix the mindset first, right? Because remember, education. I mean, those are components of nationhood, nationality. When you've been denationalized, you lose the vestiges and components what make up civilization. So
Mm-hmm.
education is self-interest to ensure your future generation will excel.
Exactly.
But when you're denationalized and you lose that component, you have no real connection about that. You only could think about yourself. It's not about your children. It's not about their future.
Well, yeah, I mean that's part of the problem because they got people in the mindset of living day to day instead of living 100 years, 200 years down the road. You know what I'm saying? So, and if you looked at how the mindset was cultivated, it was cultivated through those same institutions. You know what I'm saying? And then being perpetuated, when these products of these institutions go into adulthood and start having children of their own, and they perpetuating what they have learned. You know what I'm saying? Passing that down, and it's just been uh, uh, an effect that sometimes I be thinking about the only way to reverse it is to do the same thing, but to do it in a reverse way. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because otherwise, you know, just dealing with individuals on an individual basis, that might help the individual, but they were denationalizing us on a mass scale. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Exactly.
So, we try to come up with ways that we can reverse it on a mass scale because the true nature of divide and conquer was to make everyone an individual. You know what I'm saying? With individual birth certificate, social security card, whatever. So that whenever they have an issue, they can come at you as an individual. So now you're an individual fighting a monster. You know what I'm saying? And they can pick you off at any time by you being that individual.
Exactly. Right. And now you're endangered. So we're
Right.
endangered now. And so now they came up with something here with this vaccine to really, and now this is interesting. Everyone talked about Joe Biden's lashing out at those black people in that little private meeting. You heard that, right?
Yeah.
I give him props for that because that's how you talk to those kind of people who have no honor, traitors, sellouts. He dealt with them exactly how you're supposed to deal with them. But remember, what did he tell them? He said, he basically told them, you'll have no future. You're not going to be here to begin with anyway. I'm bringing in, more Europeans, and the what he said, the Hispanics gonna take your position. He basically said you don't have a future. You don't have a future. Okay? So
Damn it, son.
now, of course, for Al Sharpton, he
Oh,
participated in your demise so he can get some finance, some fiat. That's how despicable he is. And Joe Biden treated him accordingly. But it was telling what he said. You're not going to be here in the future. I'm bringing in Europeans, and the Hispanics are going to replace you. That's exactly what he said during that meeting. And no one's talked about that. That's genocide. Now, they're saying that, the first people we want to take the vaccine are those that's been disfranchised. So they're going to use us as the first line. I mean, we're the soldiers coming off the beach, the Marines. We're not in the so the people in the ships and the Air Force and the Navy sitting back and gonna let us just taking us out for the slaughter. We're gonna go out to be slaughtered. So they want you taking the vaccine first. Ice Cube saying, "Wait a minute, where's our money?" Well, Ice Cube, they're gonna give you the vaccine. That's what they're gonna give you.
That's what you're gonna get that vaccine. You ain't get no money.
Exactly. That's your reparations, Cube. The vaccine, that's reparations.
That's crazy.
Do you think Cube was down with that? Because I just gotta ask the question, y'all. I'm a inquisitive journalist, researcher, and forensic researcher, and I want to know shit, because we know that people are funded, and once again, they're not gonna allow me on CNN or the Breakfast Club.
What remember what Al Sharpton asked Kamal a couple weeks ago? He said, "Kamal, you're gonna take care of me, right? You're gonna give me money to research reparations, right? Oh yeah, I got you covered, bro. I give you that $1 billion, of course." So Al Sharpton's about to get paid.
Shit. Yeah, that's all bad, yeah.
And we get the vaccine. He's gonna get the money to research the topic of reparations, and we're gonna get the vaccine.
Right.
Terrible.
Yeah, man. But that's the game, man. As long as they, you're dealing with these artificial constructs, man. It's what I call artificial intelligence, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because people don't realize that they're walking around as artificial intelligence. You know what I'm saying? All this propaganda, false information, misinformation, all that's a part of artificial intelligence. They have an artificial existence. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what it boils down to. And anything can be constructed in the matrix because the matrix is artificial.
Exactly. And don't be surprised, because they can't force you to take that vaccine. So how they do it is they'll make it, okay, wait a minute. You want the stimulus money, right? Tell you what, we will pay you a stimulus of a total of $50,000 a year in monthly payments. How about that? But first, you're going to need your vaccination certificate.
Whoa, $50,000 a month?
No, $50,000 a year, paid in monthly. So you get what? I guess $50,000 a year.
I ain't gonna lie, man. I was about to line up for $50,000 a month, though. I was out. I'm out. Go ahead. I need this vaccination right now. I'll be the first one in line, yo. I'll be camping out like Walmart and shit for Christmas. Y'all got me fucked up.
Well, you better not have no more children. Shit.
So remember, that's what they're gonna move to. Because when you want to talk about pure expression of socialism, they want you totally dependent on the government, so they can get you, to do whatever they want. And they'll pay you monthly, right? Yeah, that's what's going to happen. So they will get full cooperation with that vaccine, at least 90%. At least 90%. Majority of people will take it if they're getting $4,000 a month.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the.
Yes.
I'm gonna tell you,
Sheesh.
if anybody saw that broadcast earlier today on AB TV, man, um, he was breaking down some things about police powers. You know what I'm saying? And the power of the state, and they will use coercion. You know what I'm saying? To make you obedient.
Shit, 50,000 a month is coercion for me. Maybe I
No,
have a
not
gun in
50,000 a
my
month.
head. Nigga. It's like,
Yeah.
They give you
nigga,
around
I was just like, yo,
anywhere
sheesh.
between 25 to 4,000 a month. They're gonna come with
Hey,
that kind of
hey,
program.
hey, Lever, I start rationing shit out. Like, well, I got a cell phone. They always follow me anyway. Shit.
You know what I mean? The ghost network is always around. You know what I mean? So, hey, I'm just saying, man, that they've been stepping on the gas for a long time, man. They've been laying down layers and layers and layers for a long time, and people had to understand that it ain't as simple as just saying, "Okay, I'm free." You know what I'm saying? And I can do what I want to do, but don't produce shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's a lot of layers and a lot of work that would go into actually, building a nation, bro. It's like it's a lot. It's a lot, man. And people have to realize that you know it's a million different fronts. You know what I'm saying? Um, but we try to find ways um, to be as productive as possible as far as breaking down the status quo and the status quo narrative. You know what I'm saying? So these are the things we working on. These are the problems we trying to put a monkey wrench into the program, as it was. Um, you know Because where to start, you be saying, "Damn, they got us on so many fronts. Where do you start at?" You know what I'm
Yep.
saying?
Yep.
But I'm a firm believer that it starts with identity. You know what I'm saying? Because that's one of the major influences of the narrative. You know what I'm saying? Your identity. You know,
Hmm.
that's why I think that even starting from there is to give people a chance to take a pause. You know what I'm saying? So,
Hmm.
but it's some things that we wanted to talk to you about on the back end, Armani. Um,
Okay.
so definitely leave your information with Chief, man, because we really got to get together, bro.
Oh yeah, indeed, indeed. Yeah, for sure.
It's some because
Uh,
it's things that we definitely ain't gonna talk about on here.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, but
So
that's what it
I
is, man.
dropped it. I dropped it in the chat there, my email, private chat.
Make sure you get that, Chief.
You can't see it.
Let me see. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. Yeah, man. But your work is most appreciated, bro. Um,
Oh, thanks.
and,
Yeah,
and, and
yeah.
we
I mean,
we
yeah.
definitely recognize the contribution that you've been making to the community, man. And I'll be the first to tell you, bro, that we really appreciate you.
No, I appreciate you guys giving me the opportunity to share information and share my skill set and my whole deal again is you know um, going after these people who've injured us and to go after them because see it's one thing they can say whatever they want to say in a book, they can say whatever they want to say in a lecture, but you get those fuckers on the fucking square under oath oh, it's a different ball game. Then they don't show up. They don't want to. They want to go hide in their holes. See, and that's what we have to do. You see,
Yeah,
so
that's a fact, bro,
yeah,
and that's exactly our intention.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Because either way, if they don't show, they better pay.
exactly,
You know what I
exactly.
mean? So yeah, I'm with that. I'm with that, man, for
And I hell,
sure.
I'm really willing to even if I know that a lot of these Pan Africans have went and taken these darn DNA tests. I'm gonna have to talk to them because I can actually help get them paid by suing these companies if we can show that their genealogical record traces them to something different. You can actually sue those people. You can bring suit to those people. You can your so because they need to be dealt with as well. They need to be dealt with. Now,
Yeah, yeah,
although the companies do have a disclaimer
they damn
for
sure do.
but there's ways around that to still get a claim on them, and not so much the company, but you can get the fucking guy Kittles, okay? Because this guy
Hmm.
goes around with not part of the company, but spewing his own belief and rhetoric that influences people to do certain things. So you can get him
Hmm.
in his personal capacity because he's making statements
Yep.
and he's influencing these people. Yeah, so we have to go after those guys.
Facts.
We have to go after those guys.
That's what we plan on doing. That's what we plan on doing, bro. That's for sure, man. Because man, it's definitely requires some unorthodox methods to go down. You know what I'm saying? Moving forward.
Well,
Um,
exactly. And I sent Mr. Gates an email a couple months ago telling him, you better stand down, be careful, and I'd advise you to just look after your own family and think about yourself because this will be some lawsuits headed your way with you as a defendant on it. So
see?
I already put him on notice.
Yeah. Yeah.
He sits
As
up there
for the
laughing and joking, and when he was giving a talk to students and other professors about the fraud of DNA, he's laughing and joking about it. Can you
saw
believe
that.
that?
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that.
People, their hard-earned money, they pay for this. They believe that. And you're gonna sit up there like you're Richard Pryor to make a comedy skit out of that and ignore these people's feelings and what you're doing? No. That cannot be. That shit has to end.
That's a fact. That's a fact. That's exactly what he did. He said Kittles made the shit up. You know what I'm
He's
saying?
joking up here like he's fucking BET Comedy Central, some shit. Making a mock, just laughing and joking like it's fucking, comedy hour.
and that's done on purpose, right?
Yeah.
To downplay the importance of what he just said.
Right. Well, exactly. And that's why when they're on camera, they only target actors and entertainers to do it in front of a camera because they know those actors and entertainers are owned and they can't push back because they won't get a role in the movie again. They can't put another record out. So they do that. But when you're dealing with regular people who purchase these kits, you cannot manipulate those people like that. You cannot do that. You can't do that. That's a crime. And we have to call him out on it. I'm going to call him out on it.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. That's the thing. And I mean, the thing is too that, people, they're gonna have to start owning up to their responsibilities too, man, as far as using common sense. You know what I'm saying? Like we have gotten to the point where we rely on other people for our existence, and people have to start breaking out of that. You know what I'm saying? Um, on on a larger scale than what is going on in reality. And see, and that's the thing too, man. Is like people don't want to deal with reality.
Right.
They rather live in a fantasy,
Right.
um, in this artificial construct. You know what I'm saying? And how long can you do that? How long can you live in a fantasy land?
Well, exactly. Right. So, but with the climate right now, if anyone, those people who are under the impression that they were black and they went as far as to taking DNA test and that shit's wrong, they can become instant multimillionaires. If you're out there, that's your lottery ticket. But I'm the only one who can help you with that, though. You're not going to be able to hire a lawyer to help you. That's not going to help. That's not going to work. So that's total fraud, and you meet all the elements of fraud. Someone misrepresents information to you. You take that misrepresented statement and you believe it, and then you're injured from that belief. Boom! You just met the critical elements of fraud. You have a viable claim that where you can get remedy. Just that simple.
See, that's what we need. That's what we need to pay attention to. I mean, it's just so much, man. Um, it's so much that we need to be doing, and that's why I think it's going to be real important to start institutions to start bringing stability back. You know what I'm saying? A
Yep,
sense of stability. You
indeed.
know,
Yeah.
because I think that's missing a lot. Living from day to day is not stability. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
no, no, no. And it's going to get worse when the Brahmin and that old man take the seat officially from January 20th. And what did the old man say? It's going to be a long, dark winter. That's what he said. So,
Hey, we might need to see it though, bro. Niggas might need to see it, man. But we talk about Ice Cube though. I guess he's back in the news now. He's asking about the black bailout. See, once again, these terms, You don't even have a black vice president anymore. As soon as she got elected, she's back to being a Caucasian or Indian woman. Y'all understand what I'm saying? They continue to use your pain and your emotions to attach to these words. Like it's people that really be mad. They're like, you guys don't want to be black, like we not for our people. And we are the ones literally putting on for our ancestors, putting on for our people here on this land. Building. I think it's really weird. And if you guys ain't gonna build in Africa, when you're not building here, what are you doing? What's
Like
happening? These institutions have been around
bro.
100 years, ain't built shit. Ask them what they're gonna do next week. Hey, so what's y'all plan for 2021? But they get the black budget. They get the monies that's right. See what I'm saying? We got to get these gatekeepers out the way. Now, I definitely agree with putting everybody on notice.
And I'm glad you even said that, bro,
All y'all
because
on notice.
people got to realize, man, that colorism is a new thing, bro. That's a new thing. They got people just like, Ab was reading this
Oops.
article and it was explaining how uh he was reading the definition of was it wasn't statehood, nationality, right? And how nationality has been transferred into race and ethnicity.
Hey, can we pull
How the hell?
that whack 100 fight up, yo? Talk while we talking about race and ethnicity. I think we can have this conversation amongst these guys over here. Let's pull up this whack one. Go ahead, Libra. I just want to pull this up. You just made remind me of it. All right. This reminded me of something great.
Right.
This is crazy.
So that started this color nationalism, right? When they tried to infuse race and ethnicity into nationality, now people think their nationality is a color, and that's where you get this white nationalists and black nationalists rhetoric from. You know what I'm saying? And that was the start of that was the real start of our mental demise. And
Yeah.
that goes on, either side. You know what I'm saying? Because people have to realize we're not the only ones that have to be brainwashed for this system to work. They have to brainwash their own people for this shit to work. You know what I'm saying? Just as the Ashkenazis brainwash their own people into believing who they are.
Right. Oh,
You know what I'm saying?
yep.
So we gotta put people through the wash and the rinse, man. And
Oh, hey, I was talking on mute. I asked y'all a question, right?
oh,
But go ahead,
what's
leave
up?
it. Watch the rich, right? Oh shit. So the brother Mighty Bay, you're in Japan still, right?
Yes.
Okay. I've lived outside the country. I've traveled as well, and in Europe particularly, right? I don't know if you've been to Europe, brother. Have you been to Europe?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Anybody else been in the country or in the chat room been to Europe? Show of hands, ones, right? Now, I know from my experience from being in Europe, right? Europeans have a totally different perception of Aborigine Americans. Okay, totally different perception, right? But once they come to America, right, just like everybody else, the Japanese people, um, they have a different perception of American Aborigines when we get over there, right? Once they get over here, it's a different conversation, right? Because they are being indoctrinated in this system.
Yes.
We understand what
Indeed.
we're saying?
Yes.
They have so they have to. What Libra's saying is that not only are the inferiority complex being pushed on us, right, but the superiority complex is being pushed on them. A sense of entitlement to our land, to our everything, bro. That's why I'm pissed off. Like you think you're entitled to our talents. You're entitled to our intellectual properties. Anything that we have, you're not entitled to shit. They're not entitled to our history, nothing. And that's the problem. And then they're
Well,
gonna
that's
reduce us to a month. Oh, it's Black History Month. We're
right.
gonna abolish Black History Month this year, y'all. I'm going hard and
Yeah,
fast.
but that's where it gets into socialization, Chief. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
And it's all about just like when Ab read the Police
Shout out to Kobe.
Powers Act. Ab TV, he read the Police Powers Act, and
Uh-huh.
it's explicitly said that the state have the ability to maintain order and morals, right?
Uh-huh.
And so when they talk about order, um, you have to talk about social order.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's a part of that order. So this is what they have been doing is maintaining a social order. And this is what all their propaganda is about. You know what I'm saying? Removing us from the land, making us believe we came here on boats. You know what I'm saying? Um, to create a social order and maintain a social order, aka the caste system. You know what I'm saying? And people be having these conversations about what police are doing and what they have a right to do, but none of them never take the time to read, where they actually get it from. You know what I'm saying? Or they don't try to understand why do they do this, you know? But when you read that Police Powers Act, you will clearly see why they do what they do and why they get away with it. So the problem along, with most of our people is they try to combat things that they know nothing about. You know, they come out here and they voice their opinions, they protest, they march, trying to change something that they know nothing about. and I don't understand why they believe they can succeed or get success or remedy from something that they don't know what they're dealing with. It amazed me how they
Yeah.
can keep these narratives up, because whenever they was talking about, all this police shooting out people and shooting them down in the street and this and that, whatever, but nobody never talked about how the police actually are achieving these things. You know what I'm saying? Why they don't get prosecuted, why they don't get pursued. They're just looking at it as a blanket term. Well, they're just being racist. No, it's a lot more to it than that. It's a lot more to it than that.
Well, and another problem with that is, you see, first of all, they're basically private contractors. They're not even part of the state. They're brought in by the mayor, hired as private contractors, so they're not even part of the state. So, but when you're injured by one of those policy enforcers, they'll send, somebody like Crump, that civil rights guy. I can't stand that guy. He better not come anywhere near me, because I have my scimitar ready for him. But people like that, they'll send to you. Why? Because what do? They try to make it a criminal matter, right? They try to go after them criminally, and then trying to think that they're going to put them in jail to punish them. See, you never ever go after them criminally. First of all, most of them they will not get convicted, and if they do get convicted, it'll be for a short term, and they still have access to their $1 million pension now. Those policy enforcers have great pensions. And they work a certain number of years. It's a multi-million-dollar pension that they have. Okay, so you're not hurting them. You hurt them by going after them civilly in their personal capacity, and you get them to pay you in perpetuity. That's what hurts. That'll stop it. That will stop the behavior. But no one does that.
Right, because they want to, give you a false narrative.
Well,
You know what I'm
right.
saying?
But they've been brainwashed by these civil rights bar members like a Benjamin Crump, and they come in there, get on camera, talk this stuff, and then make it a criminal issue.
Well, you have to look at the other side of it too, because whenever Crump is involved, see, Crump is there to get the check. You know what I'm saying? He's going to make sure the family is paid off. This is what he does. And he gives the perception is that, he's doing it for justice, even though that making an argument about color is not going to get you anywhere in any court.
And
Right?
he'll never give you the full amount anyway. So
Well,
remember,
I'm just saying, that's the truth. But like I say, he makes sure he secures the check, though. So he'll say, okay, we're gonna go out here, we're gonna make some noise. They're gonna settle, and they're gonna give you this, this payment. This is the number we're looking for. And after you receive this payment, then you can't really say any more after that. You know what I'm saying?
right. So right, he's a state agent. He'll get pat on the back by the state. His
Right.
who he has his allegiance to, right? You see, and they'll get crumbs now.
Right.
They get crumbs.
Right.
Like when I went after the Department of Defense, in my case, the Pentagon, had their best legal team against just me. And then the lady said, well, you know what? You got us. You got us dead red. You caught us with our hand in the cookie jar. Tell you what, I can wire over $80,000 to you tomorrow. How does that sound? And of course, there was just nothing but silence, crickets. And of course, I'm thinking to myself, $80,000. I can't even clean my daughter's behind with that. And so, but see, her perception was she's thinking that, oh, he's what? This guy's from Los Angeles, maybe he's from Compton somewhere. He'll be happy with $80,000. She
Right.
got so
Considering that
she thought
they might not even have insurance to pay for the burial of their loved one. You understand?
right. So no. Yeah. They get these rights bar members going in there to quell the situation. The city will give them a little check, a little crumbs, and then diffuse the situation there like that. I mean, it's just wash, repeat, rinse. Right? It's the same crap. I go after these people civilly in their personal capacity to make them pay directly. You affect their pension, then they'll be paying you forever. That's what's going to hurt them. That'll change behavior. If they know it's going to hit. Oh, wait a minute. If I shoot this kid here, oh, that's going to hurt. Oh, last cop. Oh, he got financially ruined. No, I'm not. I'm thinking, then that gun would stay in our pocket. If they know that's going to affect their own personal money, no, then that stuff will stop.
That's what it takes. Then that's what it takes.
There was a case in North Carolina, Rodney Class versus North Carolina, where the judge stated, he said in the holding, he said that my recommendation to all you police officers, if you have anything in your names, take them out of your name, houses, cars, because if the people get smart, the people start suing you, you will be in trouble. That's what the judge said in that Rodney Clash case in North Carolina. So, and the judge also said that they're not part of the state.
So
they're not part of the state, and the judge recommended those people to get everything out of their names, because if the people start suing you, you're gonna suffer.
Okay. So, but we know that
You're breaking up, Chief. You're breaking up.
We know that lawyers are officers of the court, right?
Yeah, you're still kind of choppy there.
Hold on, let me move.
Yeah,
I can hear it clear.
Yeah, good. But we know they officers of the court, right? Right?
Yeah, I can't hear him though. He's very choppy.
You might need to drop out and come back in, Amani.
Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah, we got to pull up this WAC 100. Well, I'm just saying though, we always still have to be at their mercy if we go get an esquire or lawyers, correct? Isn't that kind of our problem at this point right now?
Yeah, that's a component.
Right. So I mean, there needs to be a remedy to that. That like they say, okay, for instance, you can defend yourself, right? So then there should be a way for us to be able to take that whole, like, if we can't trust Crump or anybody that's attached to the bar association, right? How do we? And this is the question for Amani for sure. Hold on a second when he get back, because he's in the law. That would be my question. Especially because he's not a lawyer, but he works in that capacity. So I just wanted to, see what his thought pattern is. Let's check this out real fast. Hey, fuck for your shot. 100. Yeah, they gonna flag this. Shout out to Willie D.
What's up, family? WAC 100 recently got into a squabble, a fisticuffs, with a couple of what has been identified as white supremacists.
Are they gonna show the actual fight though? This might not be showing the fight. We might have to go back.
They're saying they're calling these guys some skinheads.
Yeah, we can strike that one there.
It might just be freezing up.
Nah, it ain't freezing up. Nah, Willie D don't usually show the video. It just kind of talk about it. But nah, the actual fight video is out there. I'm check it out fast. Hold on 1 second. I want to see what y'all think about this.
Go ahead and drop the link again, Chief, for Amani. Drop the link in the chat.
Next morning he woke up.
I'll put it in there.
Hey, Chief, you don't actually have to show it, man. All you need to do is just put the link of the video in the chat or something like that. But you can still discuss it. We kind of get the gist of what's going on. You know what I mean? You copy that, Chief?
Work right, man.
Nah, we gotta see the fight, though.
What did I miss? I couldn't hear the chief when I after I spoke. I couldn't hear what he said there.
Yeah. Well, he was about to ask a question. He had a question for you.
About the Rodney Kraft case?
No, it was just in general about hiring lawyers.
Lawyers and how to get around those guys.
Wait a second, man. What the hell? I think I have to close this out.
Peace to the guys in the chat.
Peace.
What's up, family?
Peace to the God, man. What it do?
What we need, fam, is we need one of them like vigilante lawyers. You know what I'm saying? That one of us that's in there doing the system, and one of them gonna have to, you know what I'm saying, revolt, so we can get all the arguments and the little tactical and whatever, because that's all that we basically miss, and we got the information. How to basically present is probably what I think our biggest issue is. But
well, basically, we need our own representation. People are going to either have to learn the law, or they're going to have to, we need our own representation. A group of
peace and love, family. Peace and love. Peace and love. Hey, Chief, don't do it, man.
Yeah, man, we're about to do this, man. I want to have a conversation with you gentlemen, man. I'm trying to think about this right here. If y'all ain't seen this.
Let's go. Let's go.
Hey,
okay.
Hey, I want to get back. We're going to get back to the legal question, but we're just going to have a little entertainment break right here, y'all. Let's get it.
This is for educational purposes.
Educational purposes. Let's get it. Let's start it over. Start it over.
Get all that. Oh, shit. You tried to rush me, nigga.
We're about to start it over, y'all. We're about to start it over. That nigga yelling top of his lungs.
Oh, dropping.
Woo! Get out.
Oh.
Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out.
Hey, get his plate. Get his
Get all
plate.
that.
Get his fucking plate.
Get all that. You touch me, nigga. Get out.
Damn.
Look at this guy. Terrible. He leaking.
If that was real, they would have packed him out.
Man, shit like that happen every day, bro.
No, check it though. If it was real life though, they would have packed him out. Look at everybody that's standing around.
You see him gathering,
right? They would have packed him out on the street.
They was waiting. They was waiting, bro. He wasn't looking vulnerable yet. He was looking too strong still. With 7 or 8, it's like the fucking bro. It's like the hyenas, bro. It takes about 12 of them, bro. Bro, even with 2, bro, it's gonna take 20. Oh God, bro, these are facts. Nature plays itself out, bro, with us. This is this
All
little
right,
hyena
Jonesy.
motherfucking monkey
Jonesy,
motherfucker. What's up, bro?
you speaking on it. You him. You whack.
Bro, man, I'll say
What's up?
less because these motherfuckers is getting
Nah,
out of
yeah,
hand.
don't do it. We're just talking
And
about as men.
so,
We could. I thought we fighting. We the Braves, right? We just talking martial arts, y'all. We're
but I
not
mean, just check
talking
how you see how they just meandering around. I mean, that's lurking.
information
That's like
purposes.
they just
No,
wait.
that's not
You
real
can see
life,
them just the
man.
only thing they wasn't
Those
doing
are
was
paid
howling and cackling and laughing and
actors,
shit.
So beast
bro.
mode.
I promise you. I
So you
promise you.
saying it's all
I
paid
love.
actors. So whack, you paying
Those are
actors?
all paid actors. Nigga, he don't even
Man,
look.
niggas
Whack
don't
don't
believe
even have
that no
hands
more,
like that.
bro.
Look. I
That was
If
promise you.
he
hands?
I
don't got
promise
hands,
Oh,
you.
time out.
anybody
This
got
on
Time
big
mama.
out.
Dave.
Them
What he gotta
hands?
have hands
Whack
for?
don't
That don't
even.
mean nothing.
Have hands
Sheesh.
like that.
Hey, sir.
Well,
Those
he
was
bleeding.
hands?
He was
No,
bleeding
I
for
promise
real.
you.
I was gonna get to that
Say,
part.
show me the
What?
ketchup packet that he had coming out the restaurant that he put on his damn head. No, he's leaking hard and
Whack
he
don't
didn't want
even
to get back in for
I don't
round 2.
think
And he
that's
didn't want
fake,
no
bro.
more of that action. No,
look.
But my
no.
thing is
Whack
though.
got
All right,
slid
here's my.
when he got
Huh?
into
Go ahead.
when Whack talked that shit about Tupac and Nip, right? Whack got confronted by Tretch. Y'all remember Tretch? Old boy from the Booyah tribe slid one punch, right? Slid Whack, right? Whack people from his own neighborhood, real ones, thorough ones, that's on his head right now for the counterfeit shit. I'm telling you, the shit was a paid. It's a paid propaganda to hype people up. Oh, okay, so Whack did it, right? Now you feeling like Superman and you want to jump off the edge. Okay, I'm gonna go do it too, right?
Bro, it been instances
Y'all,
like this before this, bro.
they don't
It
get
been
down like that, bruh.
bro. It don't matter if
The
you get
true
down like that, bro.
hands
Some shit is
and
just off
Kelly, they
principle.
don't get down like that.
It does, bro.
So you
They got them
saying
That's
burners.
the skinhead
disingenuous,
nigga?
bro.
They
That's
not
disingenuous.
they not even finna talk to you.
But was he in Cali? What was he at though? Hold on. Do we know the backstory? Where were they at? Because I thought it was Florida or some shit. That.
Oh well,
That's
that may be a different story there. But
Bro,
if he
bro,
in
play
Cali
the Willie D.
and they
Bro,
true
just
man.
skinheads,
play the Willie D.
What are
Play
y'all
the Willie
saying
D
over
clip,
here?
bro. Let's see if Willie D gonna lie. See if Willie D gonna lie to us to
all
his
right.
face. That nigga know who he is. He know
Nah, they
probably
gonna flag
Whack
Willie D
100
shit. It's like on an
personally.
automatic
So
flag.
let's go back to the Willie D clip and
No.
just see
Willie
what
D
Willie
on the
D say.
automatic flag. We gentlemen. We gentlemen and gentlemen. Right?
Because
So we
Willie
can.
D don't show the fight. So just go
Hey,
back and
no,
see his
that's not.
commentary.
I don't even want to talk about that part. But I want to ask you guys, right? That if it's your enemy, right?
Right.
Wax somebody whack into it with a y'all don't like Whack 100, right? And Wax,
Right.
you know, he rub people the wrong way a lot of times, right?
It's not
We
just
get back
not
to
going down.
you
around me.
So Josie, you push it, you walk in the Walmart, you got to push the baby cart, family with you. You see that? Yeah, that's Whack 100 over there getting.
Baby, watch this.
Huh?
Y'all go back to the car. Because I mean, no,
There you
it's
go.
no,
So
bro.
Josie is like, I know that's Whack, but that's
You
my
gonna go
enemy.
out then? Okay, nigga, no, bro, no, nobody's no, bro. Absolutely
Okay.
fucking no.
All right. So what about you, Beast Mode?
And I'm speaking on.
Look,
I mean, shit.
look,
My great grandpa was a hand buster, and a
check
motherfucker. I
it.
mean, so
Who was filming? Anybody ever
Hey,
asked that question?
I wanted to ask that. That was the next question. Hold on, bro. Hey, can you imagine you filming? And like, what are we doing? See that I would understand why you would think that would be stage. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because somebody's filming it. Like, I'm not filming it. I'm not walking past. I'm not doing none of that. Like, I'm, what's up?
We all finna
Yeah.
take fade real quick. Like, right? Like, wait a
no,
minute.
because
ain't
there
no
was
fade.
a backstory, bro. There was
that's
a
a walk in
series
the
of
park.
events leading up to them pulling
He
over.
would have been a hero today.
They was behind some. There was a series of events. So the person that probably got the camera footage seen the series of events, just like you see some shit about to crack up in the parking lot. You gonna pull out your camera too?
Man, y'all would have seen some John Jones bones up in this
rock like that,
motherfucker.
right?
Meet
Like
Django and Conan around this. God, oh my.
If I see like
Jesus Christ. Jesus.
If I see some shit like that, right, where it ain't a fair game, even if I know you or if I don't know you, right? If it ain't fair game, bro, I'm gonna take the side of the person that don't have a fair game, bro. And that's just me. That's my instinct, especially if it's a person of color. I don't give a shit what tribe you rocking. I don't give a shit where you come from, right? If they packing up on him like that, and I pull over and I see it, right? Me and him, we back to back, right? That's how it is on the yard. right? Period. No
Oh,
questions asked. But to sit there and film this shit and then win and then live the shit, like, no, That's that.
Libra.
What AP say? The premium plastic. Yeah, that's what that is, right?
That's funny. Libra, what about you, brother? You got your nice platinum bottoms on, American Aboriginal shoes. You walking like a god. You clean the Sunday church. You know what I'm saying? You press on like your Easter press suit on. You clean. You OG. What you gonna do?
I ain't gonna let the dude get jumped, man. Shit, hell no. You know what I'm saying? I don't even gotta know him and shit. I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? But yeah, it ain't. You don't let no
I mean,
shit
what if you
like
don't
that
like him?
happen.
Like it's just a nigga you just
It
don't
don't
like. It's
matter,
just
bro.
like
It don't. It
Well,
don't
now you're
I
trying to
matter.
pick
got
a
you.
needle out of a haystack. Now you're trying to reach for extremes. You're not gonna go extreme, bro. This is
Nah, but
real
I'm
life. No,
saying
this
it
is
don't. It don't even matter. That nigga might
Hey,
be my
well, I'm just
worst
saying for all
motherfucker
you
enemy.
gangbangers out there, his protocol is there's you put family business on hold. Okay, that go on hold, and it
You
should be
damn
on
right.
hold. Our beef should be on hold. Period. Until we
Let me
do
just tell
something.
y'all. Let me just
So
tell
I'm just
y'all
saying.
something, bro. Let me tell
Naughty, what
y'all
to do?
some. Let me tell y'all some real shit though. They will gang up on a child like that, bro. You understand me?
Man, that would have been their
They will
last
gang up
time.
on a
Righteous,
child, bro. They will gang up on a child like that, bro.
righteous,
Trust me.
righteous.
Hey, that's why you gotta be TTG. Hey, we got Naughty, the Naughty one in the building. Naughty, what to do?
Big not that.
Big
Yo.
up, big up to the God.
Big up.
Yes, I big up to my family all day. Yeah, that dude about my age, right? That dude is like an old guy. What kind of sense he have out there fighting 3 man, 4 man?
Right.
That show me this man ain't no wise man. I wouldn't want the baddest gangbanger following him. Cause he ain't got no brain.
Right.
Them young boy out there hit him one time the wrong way, it's over for him. But he wanna look like he hard 50, 60 years old. That don't make sense, bro. Then Mike Tyson just slap you up the other day.
Right. Right.
Huh? But he's still out
Roy
there
Jones.
going like, no, 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 no. Mike Tyson beat the guy up on the podcast for talking shit.
Oh,
Yeah.
damn, Mike.
Same same guy. Whack 100. So I ain't understanding what kind of these are the type of people we following. Eh? People that lead themselves down a dark alley.
Mm.
Uh,
That's for likes and views, bro. That's all that's for. That's all that's for. That's for likes and views. That's not. I'm telling you, that's not real. That's not authentic. That's not authentic. That's not authentic. I promise you. I promise you. I wish it
mm,
was, but no, not no. Mm, mm.
nah, I ain't. I waiting the whole time for the guy to pull out a gun.
Right, that part.
Yeah, the whole time I waiting for him to pull out a gun. He ain't
what
pull
you
out
need
a
a gun.
gun
What you need
yet.
a gun for? What was the gun? What is the gun needed for?
That's how they rock, though.
Wait.
Oh,
No,
so
me,
so
the
so
black
so
guy.
so that was a situation where you think he just should have just pulled out and just blasted everybody in the daggone parking lot and then went to jail. Clearly.
Wait a minute.
Nah.
No, I'm
So you
So
talking
why
caught
did
about.
they?
I'm
So if
talking
that
about.
so if
I'm talking
you're
about
going
hold
the
from
on.
the
it being
pale face
staged and then why didn't pull out the gun in the staged little clip
with
quick
the
film?
the
Come
little
on.
dude that went to the protest and laid down everything.
So the
He
dude
wasn't
trying to
from the
black out the
state.
sun coming out the restaurant. He ain't looking confused. All that stage like come on, these are some terrible extras. If it's a film, there's some terrible fucking extras. I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna put that on the record. But I don't subscribe to that at all.
I tell you like this.
I gotta say again.
I'm not saying there ain't no pale faces that ain't got no hands. But what I'm saying is that you gonna meet them in some type of tournament. You're not finna meet them on the street because they don't play like that. They not down for the rustle and the tussle like that.
Oh shit,
That's
yeah,
why,
they'll fight.
exactly.
They will
That's why you
fight.
see it started
Hey,
taking 4 of them, and then the one that got cracked, he had second and third talks. Why don't you pop back up and get right back in the
Bro.
ring?
Nah, it ain't like that, man. Them motherfuckers will try you, bro. They'll
Yeah, I
try
mean,
you.
this
Fam,
depends. I don't
period,
know. I
bro.
don't know,
Listen,
but
dog,
depending on where you
Especially,
at. Depending on where you at.
especially if they got numbers. You seen they
I'm
had
putting
some
them
numbers.
motherfuckers in the hospital for trying me. I'm letting you
hey, that's
motherfuckers
what I
know
say. They
off
pulling on
top.
my gun.
Oh,
Hey,
Hey,
look, you don't
that's
go
the fear.
home.
People that look
Look,
like
boy,
The
you
fear
get
us,
of
beat
God.
up.
somebody
Let me
Listen to
tell
me,
gun
you
man.
coming
this.
in.
Listen to me,
The
man.
fear
I'm
of
from
God is
we're gonna
Mississippi.
fist the
We
cuffs.
don't get
that's
beat
what they
up by white
understand. The
people.
fear
I'm
of
a
God.
no. There's
So
no white people beating up Mississippians. So let's get back to that. We don't get beat up. Wack couldn't have came back to the hood if he'd have got his ass whooped. There would have been 10 of them. You understand me? So let's get back to that. He should have, when he put that one down, the other one should have been, he should have been on top of the other one by the time the other one got up. I'm just letting y'all know. So that way they would have known not to never, a kid, nobody, bro. Put your foot all the way. Listen, if you got to go there, if you got to go there, go all the way there. That's what I'm gonna tell you. We come in peace. See what I'm
exactly,
saying?
bro.
You're not home. We're at
Like I said,
home.
if you
This
look
our
at the
shit.
rest of the story, it was like it
I don't
was
give a fuck
already
where they was at.
some events prior to that. So they was asking for it, bro. And they
Yeah,
look
that's what
like
I'm
some
saying. I
people
don't
on
care
there.
about none of that. Like, dog, just even try me on my shit. We home. I don't care where y'all in Arizona, Rhode Island, Montana. This our shit, dog. Y'all already
Everywhere.
done too much, y'all. Y'all already done too much. So we are. Sheesh. I just wish I was whack at that point. Like, I'm trying to chill. Y'all good? No, y'all not. All
No,
right. This is where we at. Oh God.
I wish I was coming out the
It was funny
restaurant with a
when the
hot ass
I
land
got
whooping,
some
bro.
pain. I got
when
pain.
Rosemo pulled up on
So we know how to put pain on each other, though. This is what I'm saying. We know how to. We know how to put our pain on each other, but we don't know how to. When you ever get that opportunity,
Exactly.
I said,
Exactly.
if you believe in
Hey,
motherfucking
yo,
slavery,
chick,
whatever you
that's
believe
what
in,
I
nigga,
say.
fuck you talking
That's what
about?
I
I'm about
say.
that shit that we was raised on.
I'm gonna let them know.
It's too many kids and some
Shit.
shit get done.
Oh
Everybody get
Jesus!
their ass whooped, and then that way we know we got the
All
right one.
right,
I'm gonna start doing
let's
the
showing
go.
up,
things on
showing
my
up.
I'm gonna let all
Hey,
y'all know.
See, hey,
I'm
Okay,
still
everybody
asking
lying.
a
Okay,
question.
whip it
watch
out
your
Still
now,
mouth.
asking a
motherfucking ass
question.
now.
Where the
Oh
gun?
Bet you
Jesus!
motherfuckers start telling the
Y'all
truth
got me
then.
as fucked up. That shit crazy as hell.
How the man ain't killing people?
I'm mad just looking at this shit. I'm like, oh God. Oh.
So check this out. So if one of you is in that situation, you telling me you won't pull your gun and start shooting?
No, I wouldn't even want
Why
to.
wouldn't
Okay, okay, okay.
I
Stop,
want
stop,
to put
stop,
all
stop.
hands.
Hold on, hold on, hold
Why
on, hold
wouldn't
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Put the scenario in a different aspect. One
Okay.
white man with four younger black men beating on him.
Yeah, same thing. Same thing.
You think that white man ain't gonna pull out the tool and blast all of them, man?
Well,
Yeah.
they wasn't. They was mano
The
then.
niggas wouldn't be jumping them because we will be sitting there laughing, cracking jokes, and roasting them while
Wait a
old boys
minute. I
whooping
don't
his
know.
ass
I don't
one
know
on
where you
one.
from.
Nah,
I don't know where
they was
you
about.
from.
They usually would
But
have had
one
their
man,
tools.
look,
Yeah, they would have had their shit.
yo, it was a time when they used to play knockout game. Y'all remember that? 4 or 5
Mm-hmm.
black youth to
Mm-hmm.
walk up the road
No, I don't know,
and
but I
just
don't know
knock.
nothing about that shit.
Right.
Go ahead,
Right.
look
And
it
go
on
in
the
your
internet.
pocket
Go ahead, I try
and
and
take
show you
off.
something.
Mm-hmm.
4 or
Mm-hmm.
5 black youth jump on you,
That
the
might have
man,
been where
all of
you
them
grew up,
stomping
Nolly.
you. I don't know what you talking about. Where you from? Where you think 4 black man gonna let one of their friends fight? Where you get that from? Even if it's on you, 4
Shit,
black
where I'm
man
from,
jumping on. If
schoolyard
they,
fights. What you
bro,
mean?
hold on, man. I
Ain't
can't. I don't
nobody
know.
jump people in school. You seen your friends either
I
fight and
don't
get
know.
their ass up, and sometimes
I
they
don't know
fought
what we
other
just
races.
seen.
What are
I
you talking
just
about,
seen
bro?
4 people jumping one man, where he was fighting one man and another man tried to hit him in the back of his head, on the side of his head. You telling me it ain't grounds to start pulling out guns and
Oh no.
shooting?
Okay.
Look, hold
I
on,
see.
hold
I
on,
see what
hold on.
Nadia on. I see what
Hold on, I
Nadia
don't
on.
understand what I'm talking about
No,
because I
no, no.
don't give a
I see
fuck
what
if
you
it's
on,
white
Nadia.
or black.
Nadia's like, hey,
You
Hey,
it was
I
hey,
more
see
than
Natty, he
one.
didn't have a
I
burner.
see 4 man. Hold on, I see 4 man in front of me trying to aggress me. It ain't no hands throwing at all. I
Right.
pulling out shit in one
Well, it
direction.
wasn't four at
What you
first, bro.
talking
Those
about?
4 came lately.
I'm
Them
not
was
gonna give
Johnny
no
come
one no
latelys.
chance.
One had a
Right.
book bag like
Right.
he just came out of
Facts.
class.
Facts, Natty. Facts.
Facts. Talk about it.
Hey, now you gonna count them. All right, it's
That was
three
at
too
the
many.
end. That was at the end of the scene. You didn't see them
Bruh.
tapping. You
Hey,
seen the dude
I
bleeding.
wasn't. I don't. Never
So
mind.
so
Ain't
so
got
they came
time.
out of nowhere.
So
You saying the other
9100
guy.
just would have jumped in this shit and just peeled right out. 9100 would have just jumped back in his truck and just peeled right on out.
Right.
Oh shit.
Right.
No. Natty would have shot them. I don't care what you talking about. Look, look, where I from? Where I from? Watch it. Which is Earth? Which is Earth, right? Fuck Allah, fuck all that. I got the right to defend myself against whomever it is the transgressor is.
Exactly.
Facts.
Exactly.
I remember like someone put
Facts.
in, hey, after the shot ring out, send me an indictment through the mail, through my mailbox right there. I come to court
But
on that indictment.
all right, General Nadi, you think you got that? You think you can declare that kind of war out here in these streets? All right, I mean, you got it like that, but I think that's a war declaration. You think
Okay.
you just gonna
Okay.
pull something like that
Let's
off of
flip it
something
for
that
a
could be
second.
handled? That's so. I
Let's
mean,
flip it
that'll
for a
be
second.
silly.
Let him talk,
What
Beast Mode. Let him talk.
what
Go
happened
ahead.
with the what's his name? King damn. What's his name? King
King
Von.
Von.
What happened in that situation? Right? He pressed on old boy, right? He had his entourage, right? Right? He was outnumbered, right? Right? Boop, 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 boop. Right? His boy pulls the burner, right? And lays down. Right? He did what he was supposed to do. He did what he was supposed to do. Right? Right? He's outnumbered. He's already out. Right? We just seen this shit. We just seen this shit live at 5.
Right.
Right? So it's like if we really want to believe this made up WWE
I stronger than
entertainment,
everything.
bruh, it's not real life. I promise you, it's not real life. I'm not saying that applies to you and how you get down, but in real life, like really in the streets, it never goes like that. Especially if you the one
If that
being in
situation
jeopardy
went
of
down
being
in the
packed
streets,
out.
let that be
Yeah,
clear.
it does go down like that in the street, brother.
If I'm there with any other Aboriginal motherfucker and some shit like that goes down in real life, all right, well, just okay. This is a training lesson in like how to dog would chop it up as a. It's you know what I'm saying. I can go with that, but just let that be clear, right? You know what I'm saying? Facts. So
Hey, Chief
that's
Jonesy,
cool.
you in your 30s or 20s, 40s, what?
What does it matter?
No,
What
I
is that?
asked a question. I'm
I
trying to
mean
relate.
that I'm an adult. We all adults in this room, so it's
Yeah, so I mean, it doesn't matter to say I in my
okay.
20s,
All
I
right,
in my
well, that
30s, I'm in my 40s.
I'd rather not disclose it.
Okay. So
Yeah, so it's just
have your moms ever tell you the term judge by 12 then carry by 6? Have your mother ever tell you that?
no, she's never used that
Okay,
specifically.
so
So
that's what I'm saying. The age difference. That's why I can tell what age you are.
all
Because
right.
my mother, my grandmother, my auntie, and them always taught me judge by 6, then judge by 12, then carry by 6. That's
Yep.
automatically what I grow. That's
Yep.
automatically what I teach my children. We're gonna
Yep.
sort that shit out, but come home. Make sure you come home. That's
Right.
what that is, right? So it's a survival of the fittest out there in the street. If you think you got enough hands to fight for a man, you better
I'm
than
saying
Bruce
I don't
Lee.
think it was 4 men at the time. It was only 2. The
Yeah,
rest of
yeah,
it, like
them
the 3
too.
people that walked across the parking lot
But
and didn't stop. They kept on about their business. One man was sitting there with his hand trying to bother his eyes so he can try to
But
see
did
what
he
was
know
going
that?
on.
Did he know
Yeah,
that?
so
okay, so
In your opinion?
that third man that come walking up on him behind the Jeep, that then swing on him. He was an aggressor too. What you walking up on me when 3, 4 man? That's what I don't understand though.
You could
In
see the pussy in him as he
what?
was taking steps.
it don't matter, bro. I in a heat of
I
passion
mean,
of
so
fight.
that's what I'm
Who?
getting from the
Who
situation.
coming up
Who?
on me? If
Who's
you ain't
pussy?
looking like
The
me
niggas
and
that was walking
fighting with
up.
me, don't come up on
They were
me.
Mm-hmm.
just by. I just look at them as bystanders.
But that's
Nah,
Well,
basically,
well,
I mean, that's
but
what
in
I
the
saw.
moment though, Chief,
He
in
was
the
fighting
moment,
too.
in the
nah.
moment, you see what I'm saying? In the moment, you don't know what's happening. You don't know who a bystander or a watcher.
Right.
Ain't nobody bought no
Right.
ticket to the
Hey,
fight.
okay. So here's the thing, right? Yeah, that's true. That's true. So here's the thing, right here, right? So
Mm-hmm.
some of us always have a sword, okay? Always,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But let's just say that time where you just had to
Don't
run
have
to get
one.
some milk. You just had to run to get some milk, right? You said, "Oh man, I'm gonna leave my sheath. I'm just gonna run in Walmart real fast. I'm in Walmart, and you bump into yeah. Boom, you done bumped into these two guys, and they mug you, right? And then words go back and forth. It don't matter. You got to. Ain't no running like you run. It's like you run to the car. I mean, you running away. So you're not gonna run nowhere. You gotta go right there, mano mano. That's what we talk about.
Right. So
now, if he
okay, in that particular synopsis, right? In that scenario, right?
In that scenario,
the first thing I'm gonna do is what I've been trained to do, right? Is to find a wall, right? Because 2 against 1, right? Even if that's just the balance, right? I gotta find a wall, right? Because I can get poked from the back. You see what I'm saying? Whatever can happen to me, it can happen to me from the back, right? While I'm dealing with one, right? The other one can, right? So the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna find a wall, right? And brace my back against that wall, right? And then I'm gonna take care of my business. Right? Because I can see everything that's coming, right? I got my peripheral to the left, I got my peripheral to the right, I got my peripheral in the front, right? But if I'm dealing with one,
advice.
Right? Hey, that's that. I mean, that's that, and more so, I this is for the goddesses, the chieftess, the queens, right? Right? When you see shit go sideways like that, right? And you know you outnumbered, be quiet. Right? Be quiet. I know it's in y'all to just go ahead and keep woofing, right? But be quiet and find a wall. Right?
And advice to travel in 2s and 3s at all times. Just travel in 2 because they snatching up. They're snatching up and by ourselves. So they ain't trying to fuck you up. They're trying to snatch you up. So travel in 2s and 3s. I mean, and have folks looking for your arrival.
Keep your sword.
Right.
Hey, we're gonna start having sword lessons. Yeah, we're gonna have sword lessons.
The 3-inch rule.
Second Amendment sword lessons. Okay.
Yo, Money said drop it.
Look out for them. Oh, okay, what is that? Hold on, Money. Yeah, but I just in that scenario right there though, when he dropped the big boy, the big boy never came back. Just saying, he never came back. When you dropped him, he never came back.
Right,
so now it's just this guy right here.
Right.
You gotta run through him. You gotta do him.
But no, you better get the little one. Find the little one.
He lucked up and got the big one first.
No. See, that's a fallacy, right? You got to find the little one. The little one is the one that's gonna do the most damage.
That left was like over the head, like running away. Like, come on, man, he ran into that.
Okay, well, what if you take off on the big one, right? What if you take off on the big one, right? Right, you take off on the big one, right? That little one, that's the mobile one, right? He running around in circles. He a chihuahua.
Caught the big one first, though. Luckily,
you took out the big one, right? You focus on the big. The rock roller, right? You focus on the rock roller. The chihuahua is the one that's continuously biting at your ankles.
The pit bull went backwards though. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying,
y'all. Yeah, I get it, but it's different stages to it, right? It's all about the demeanor. Now if you about to do a bid, right? You find the biggest motherfucker you can see, and you take him out first, right? If it ain't a problem, you make it a problem, right? And that'll let everybody know where you stand, right? We seen that in life, Martin and Goldmouth, right? Right? We seen that, right? Okay, so, but in streets, right, where anything goes, right? Ain't no fair fights, ain't no fair ones. Right? You don't you don't get to set the rules. You don't get to set the standards, right? Right. It's a Royal Rumble, right? Right. So the best bet is to get the little one, right? Put a choke hold on the little one, right? Right. Because now if they take you out, if they advance on you, the little one goes out with you. You may not get that choke hold around that big one. Does that make sense
Yo,
or
beast
not?
mode. Use a little man bully man. Use a tell it all already.
Hey,
Use a little man bully man.
hey, you got to take one with you, right? You got to
Hey
take one with
Chief. Hey Chief, did Amani try to get back in yet, bro?
Okay, I got him. Hold on.
Yeah,
you. I
Nobles.
don't know. I just know that
Okay, there you go.
I just know his demeanor. He's not like he's not about that life like
Okay, so they do have a if you going if he had a pull out a gun, yes
that.
indeed he would have been charged, right, by
Right.
the city for the district, what they call it, the corporate district policy. But
Uh-huh.
as he gone to court, all he had to do was change venue to a circuit court and be up under the Constitution. Now, under the federal law, he has the right to defend himself about against all threats. You
Right. Foreign
understand?
and domestic. Right.
Right. So he could have when it's 2 man, 3 man on 1 man, that's a life threatening situation, though.
Exactly.
Because we
That's a
know two
fact,
man
though.
can kill
That's a
1 man.
fact.
1 man can
Yep.
kill 1 man with a bare hand.
Right.
You
That's a
understand?
fact. Fact.
So you have the right federally to defend yourself. Yeah, I take the charge. Like I said, judge by 6, judge by 12, then carry by 6. I'm not
Yep.
going to give no one the opportunity to hit me the wrong way and I never wake up again.
That part. That part.
Can we think about how easy it is to die? It's very easy to die, you know. Your body is only so okay, so what it take and the rip a person ear off is like 3.5 pounds of pressure,
Right.
right? That ain't nothing. To
Right.
kill someone is maybe 4 or 5 pounds to the temple.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Real talk. That's a hard hit. That's just a hard hit. That ain't even that's a woman can hit you and knock you down. You know what I mean? So I
Exactly.
don't understand the people mentality about they looking to fight everything and look at man leave that shit alone. Sue them like Armani said.
Mm-hmm.
When
Well,
it comes to
and
certain things, sue them or shoot them. One of the two.
Right.
right,
Right.
19, you brought up a great point. And for the legal part of it, now, was that the state of California, that video?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so now California is a concealed carry state. Now, there's something called stand your ground, which applies in California. So when you see a fight that you're not directly involved in, you have to be very careful, because if someone is a registered concealed carry and they feel that, if they take a punch and they hit the ground, the guy kicks them in the mouth, and if he's concealed carry, he can shoot you and will not go to jail because he can use stand your ground. So you got to be careful getting involved with incidents, physical incidents. First, you got to know, okay, is this a concealed carry state? Is it open carry state? The stand the ground apply in the state? You got to know all the legal stuff before you get involved with the physical
Right.
altercation, right?
Right.
Because if you get involved and you injure someone who is carrying and shoots you, and then your wife or your children's waiting for you in the car because you want to go help a brother out there. So again, it's not, you gotta, choose your battles wisely, right? But you first have to know what's the legal law in that particular state. You gotta know that. Now I'm from California, and where I'm from, people don't fight; they just shoot. So whether they have licensed guns or not, so you
Mm-hmm.
just can't go in and getting involved with scenarios. Now you go up, you walk up, you use reason and logic. Okay, what's the situation? I see you guys kind of outnumber the guy. I don't think that's fair. What's going on? Why are you so angry? I mean, you can use that approach, right? And try to use logic and reason and try to talk the situation down using your
Down.
words,
Right. Right. Right.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Now I didn't see the rest of the video.
My
Another loophole.
brother tell me all business ain't my business too, you know. So if that man
Right.
got things going on over there and I walk in by and unless I hear that man screaming out racial slurs, yeah, then I involve myself. But he could have stolen my radio and they didn't catch it. I can't go and put my life on a line for other bullshit. Even talking to them, man. Fuck that, I ain't talking to them. No, you have to study the situation and kind of know what's going on too. Don't just put yourself in some guy. If them white boy was carrying gun too, and you come
Mm-hmm.
over there jumping in this man business, they don't pull out their tool and start busting. So
Mm-hmm.
you kind of gotta stay in your own lane sometime, man. Just protect yourself
Mm-hmm.
and your
Well,
loved
what
one.
happened at the end of the video? I didn't see it all. Did that? I know the brother, he hit the one guy, he fell. What happened at the end?
Well,
Look like they start talking.
Nobody else jumped in. You might have missed that earlier. Everybody else started gathering around, like I said, waiting for the brother to look weak for him to pounce, like they do out in nature. And so
Mm-hmm.
it did nothing on. They probably
Yeah,
stopped it because they probably gonna flag the video. But that's
Here's
it.
another hint. Here's another hint for the goddesses. If you can make it to your car,
Fact.
I'm not gonna give up the whole game, right? Oh, especially over YouTube or whatnot. But if you can make it to your car, right, make a beeline for your car, right, because your car is also considered your property.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, there's another twist to that particular advice that I'm giving.
Right.
That has to
Right.
right, but your property gives you more legal stances if you're in a self-defense situation than just being out and about. So if you
Mm-hmm.
can make it to a vehicle, a car, or anything that's considered to be property, right,
Private.
and
Anything
they
considered to be
pursue,
private. Private.
right, right. So
And
I'm
if
not
you
gonna give
make
up the whole
yourself
game, Maddie,
private,
And
but
this is a
you know.
corporation. This is
you
still a
make yourself
corporation.
private. Now you're private just in a public venue, but every aspect of you is in private. So
Right.
any violators coming, they going against your declaration, and you got grounds to file a civil suit on them, or put a lien against their bond.
But
Then
also
that's
The
stand your ground gives you the right to protect to defend yourself out in the open anywhere. So you can kill somebody if you feel your life is in imminent threat to be. If
dangerous.
you feel that they're going
Uh-huh.
to kill you,
Mhm.
you can defend yourself and kill them and get away with it
But
using
you
stand your
gotta
ground.
announce this shit. Did,
Huh?
did you know that? You gotta announce it.
No, well, remember the case in Florida where the
yeah,
guy went out to the store
the
to get
old
some
man,
stuff, and then the
and he
guy was
pushed the
telling
old
his
man.
wife, "Oh, you're parked in an illegal park handicap. You got to
Right,
move your
right,
car."
right, right.
He came
Okay,
out, he
okay.
pushed the guy on the ground. The guy pulled out his gun, shot him in the chest, and killed him. But he didn't go to jail because of stand your ground.
Right, but they
Mm.
did charge him, but he didn't go to. The people
He
put
didn't
out
go
an
to jail. Okay.
outcry because it was a new black man or an Indian man or
Well,
Uh-huh.
yeah,
Uh-huh.
yeah, yeah. Listen to this though. I'm gonna give y'all a different twist too, though. Y'all have to understand that these courts and they use what's called discretion as well. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what
Exactly. Exactly.
they mostly use that as a weapon. You know
Super
what I'm
facts.
saying?
You see that playing out right now. You see the discretion,
Hey,
the
can you
act,
pull that up on the screen just for the audience, like so they could can we do that or not really?
I don't
Pull what
have
up?
I
Stand your ground. That doctrine.
No,
that's I think
the
that fall under Police Powers Act too about discretion. But
discretion.
discretion.
but
Yeah, using discretion. Exactly.
well, here's the thing
Right,
though. Like
but
we already know that they use this. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a given. That's the difference between saying if you got two people that come up and they committed the same crime, and one person you say, well, we'll give you bail, you go home and shit. Then the other person they get 20 years. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's
Mm-hmm.
that's discretion.
Well,
You know
the
what I'm
Right.
saying?
discretion part, Brethren, it really falls upon if a person is attached to that policy or not. So if you have a gun permit, that's when the discretion part kicks in. If you're a police officer and have a gun a license to kill, that's when a discretion comes in. But if you are a average everyday norm man or woman, it's gonna be based off the laws and the argument laws with you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So
but the
so
discretion lies in that. So basically, you can
mm,
say, all right, let me tell you this, right? And this what a lot of people don't understand too, is that
Mm-hmm.
they have the right to pursue or not pursue any crime. They don't
or
have to
any
Right.
pursue the crime.
accusation,
Civil arrest.
right?
Right.
No,
Right. Like
you
No,
see what
no,
I'm
no, no, no,
saying?
no.
like a
He
civil.
mean
So
any accusation. So that again. Watch it. I'm gonna give you one. I'm gonna give you one. Okay, so this happened to me. So a dude was harassing me. Boom, 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 boom. So
Mm-hmm.
I jumped out and I bust him upside the head with my tool, and I ring out a
Okay.
shot at the same time. He started leaking everywhere.
Okay.
So
Okay.
he called the police. The police come. They wanted
Mm-hmm.
to carry me because he head was bust, but they couldn't carry me because I pleaded the um self defense thing, the
Mm-hmm.
stand my ground in Florida. So
Okay.
the police officer tell me, oh, I can't use that, I can't use that, but the chief come tell him I can. So I gone to the courthouse to be on a safe side to try to file um a
Civil complaint.
restraining order. A
Ah.
restraining
Okay.
order just in case something
Okay.
happen again.
There you
I
go.
can clear myself. The
Right.
judge denied the restraining order, even though me and this man
Oh
had a
shit.
thing, boom, boom, boom. And under the
Okay.
restraining order, under the reason of the restraining order being denied is because I was in my proper standing and it wasn't part of their policy. I wasn't a policy upholder for under their law state. So
Right.
they couldn't even uphold their terms of disagreement or discretion because I wasn't part of their system. You see what he's
Mm.
saying?
yeah,
Mm.
that's
Okay.
a extenuating circumstance though. You know what I'm saying? But for most people, they don't fall into that. You know what I mean? But and another thing too is people had to understand why they call the district attorney the top cop, because the district attorney can operate in a capacity of a police officer under police powers. You see what I'm saying?
Mm.
So they have discretion. That's why some things don't make it to court, because that's under their discretion whether they take something to trial or not. They have that discretion to do that. You see what I'm
Okay.
saying? And that's
Okay.
why a lot of cases
or
they
to
it's
hear things or not.
well the
Or
thing
to what?
is they don't have to pursue any crime if they choose not to. You see what I'm saying? They have an option to pick and choose what crime they want to pursue. And that's what I mean about discretion. So a lot of
Extreme, it's
times,
extreme,
Okay. I got a
extreme
question.
discretion.
I got a question for the whole panel. Has anybody looked up the job description for being a police officer?
well, it
Graduate
ain't.
from high school, GED, barely a legal citizen,
Watch this.
Well,
Watch this.
why
Watch
why
this.
why you asking that
reading at
question?
a fourth, fifth grade level,
I'll just run off the top. I'll just run off the top. Okay.
answer a 20 point quiz at the end of a 6 week and a half training
Right.
course
Right.
that the
Yeah,
motherfuckers
Right.
don't
Josie
let
But
know
you
the
watch this.
take.
whole
Watch
thing.
this.
Yeah,
Watch this.
Josie.
Watch
That
this.
that
Watch
test
this.
is easier than
Do
the
you
fucking
know?
driver's test.
Do you know a police officer can sit there and watch you get murdered? Right. Listen to me. Listen to me. They can sit there and watch you get murdered, right? And not pursue the suspect until after the murder happens, right? Right? Their job, right, in their job description, right, is to place you under custody to take you to jail so you can be received by the majesty of the court. That's their job description. Their job is not to prevent the crime from happening. Their job description, right, 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 is to make sure
Because
that the
now
offending,
now a crime has been committed against their property. Now
Hold up.
say,
there's a claim on that dead body now. So now
I'm a
for the
little
policy
confused, bro.
enforcers, y'all need to go get that for me, for
I'm a little
us.
confused, bro. Like, why do you think the job description matters?
because the job description matters because like have this fallacy, or some of us have this fallacy that police officers are here to serve and protect, right? That's the banner that they fall under, right? But they're not. What they're there to do is to place the original criminal, right, and to protect the criminal, right? That's the key part. To protect the criminal to go to jail or to prison. Well, no, he'll go to jail first, right? Right? Be seen by the majesty of the court so the court can determine what they want to do with the individual, right? But to stop a murder, they're not designed to stop a murder. They're not
No,
designed to stop any crime from happening.
no.
That-
That's why I see
Well,
people get into it. They say you get arguing at the mall about to get into a fight. So you try to damage anything around it, they'll let you fight your ass off.
I get.
Unless
Listen,
they've
bro.
been
mhm.
hired in by the little mayor or something for some extra
Li-
security or one of them little stores.
listen. I understand where you're coming from, but what
Mhm.
I was telling you about, see, when it comes down to what they're able to do and not do, is really based on the Police Powers Act. That's what they have to follow. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
So,
Okay.
so that's why I was saying that supersedes a job description. You see what I'm saying? Because that's the
Okay.
constitutional duty
Okay, the
of an officer.
constitutional. Okay.
You see what I'm
Precedent or
saying?
whatever. Yep.
So it's like this. They put out these acts, and normally the states adopt the act. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Mm.
Okay. You
But
remember
that's the
you
only reason I
remember
was saying that.
a mass shooting at a theater when the
In
I think
Colorado.
the Black Knight was
Yep,
The
Batman.
in
Colorado.
Colorado?
Yep.
Okay. You know I stayed right across the street from that place at one point in time.
Wow.
And you also do know that the police station is right across the street from the AMC theater, right? The actual courthouse is right across the street, and behind the courthouse is the police department, right? Now, this guy who committed this mass shooting, or who they proclaim to commit this mass shooting, right? Right? Do you know when they arrived, right? This dude is outside of the movie theater, right?
Smoking a cigarette.
Still smoking, right? He got his face paint up, right? Do you know that one shot was not fired? Do you know that they escorted him right across the street to the jail facility? Right? Now watch this, watch this. Now I'm gonna show you some coincidences, right? Okay, I happened to get locked up on a charge back then, right? And just so happens I happen to be in the same vicinity as this individual, not knowing, because they had him under PC, which was in the what you would call the ISIS tank, right? For like
Protect the
foreigners or
professional.
whatnot. Okay, so trying to work on my good time being, i.e., a trustee, right? Come to find out, right? He didn't even receive a tray, which is the actual food rations that are issued to normal prisoners, right? He didn't even receive that food, right? Now watch this. I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna show you something real quick, right? This dude had his food specially repaired, right? Specially prepared from top gourmet chefs, delivered to the jailhouse, right? Okay. Now
Fucking
I'm
wow.
finna give I'm finna give you something else, right? Finna give you another one to grow on, right? Right. So I go to the librarian at the time. I'm like, dude, I need a couple of books, but hey, what's up with this dude? Right? I'm checking his file, right? Come to find out, his name is Holmes. That's his name, last name. Um, come to find out, this dude had a book balance of $500,000. 500 on his books. $500,000, and he was only in there for a couple of days. He wasn't even in there for a long period of time. I'm like, well, wait a minute. So he get mail, They was like, yeah, he get mail. He got fan mail. He got females putting money on his books, right? Listen to the story. Listen to the story, right? I'm like, well, wait a minute. Ain't this the same cat that did the shit at the AMC? He was like, yeah, that's the same dude. I was like, oh man, look, cold twist, cold twist. This dude, right. We talk about victims, right? We talk about victims of police violence when it comes to our people. But this dude, he okay. See, we ain't even dealt with the story yet. We ain't even dealt with the first eyewitnesses. We ain't even dealt with the people that was there, right? We so far caught off into everyday news that happened, right? We not even there. We like we don't understand that tear gas was thrown, right? The locked doors on the outside of the theater. Somebody actually had to assist and push the little open situation, right, to let him in, right? Guess what? The bombs came in both doors. The tear gas came in from both doors,
A media
right?
is a motherfucker.
Right? See, we don't even understand our grasp that it was multiple individuals involved in this, whatever you want to call it, coup, assassination, terrorist act. I don't know, but they gave him a slap on the wrist, and he had cool money on his books. And people, look, this was sicking me, right? And I'm not even talking about from a skin color type of position, right? This is what sicking me. Do you know that there was babies that died? It was children in there, right? Like, like these.
Bro,
I
that's a
don't.
sacrifice, bro. That was a ritual. That's ritual right there. Motherfuckers paid, live in the shade while he didn't did some shit like that. That's a motherfucking little, probably one of they motherfucking little drones or
And
something like that.
I'm
That's
glad
a
that you
ritual.
brought up that determination because guess what? If that's a ritual, what is everything fucking else?
A
Excuse my
ritual.
English.
A ritual.
Yo, that's a fact. It's all
It
rituals.
ain't about the ritual. It's about which rituals or which ones are you being involved in, and what are those?
Hmm.
You know, so what energy are those rituals sending energy to? And that's why most motherfuckers can't manifest because you sending energy to the wrong motherfuckers for a long ass
Hmm.
time and doing the
Hmm.
wrong rituals for a long ass fucking time. So I mean, that's my take on it. So it's all the ritual shit. So because you what? But that's a ritual sacrifice.
I just wanted to put that on the plate, just in case y'all didn't know, y'all had no whereabouts of that. But man, that was one of the saddest moments of my life that I ever had to witness because, yeah, we got our indifferences or whatever, but I was like, wow, this dude just went into a theater and laid down, what was it, 32 people, right? And had help, assistance. We don't even know who the assistant was.
Man, these motherfuckers, I'm gonna tell you how cold these motherfuckers are. They probably take him in that motherfucker and they fed him that food, bro. These motherfuckers can pull off some of that Men in Black shit. He will forget that shit. They'll hit it with a new ID, nigga, a new location. He'll live a whole new motherfucking life, dog.
The
Yeah,
whole
like that
nine.
in jail,
Exacto.
bro. So,
Exacto. Exacto.
I mean, that's
Exacto. And this is nothing new. Like all of this stuff is nothing new. Like Dr. Kadar, he said he said something that really twerked my brain, and I was like, well, wow, I didn't think about it like that. And he was like, with this vaccine, they breaking down your immune system. He said for the people that's taking this shit, it may even make them like a host to other shit that we don't even know nothing about to catch more shit. You see what I'm saying? I was like,
hey,
wow.
Empress Neville broke on the live yesterday with the Empresses that the chick that fainted during the live shit. Shit, she died Sunday. The bitch that fainted talking about, oh, she got a condition. She has
Stop it.
pain.
For real?
Bro,
The one that passed out?
hit up Empress Lyrica. She came through, broke live with the DJ with, you know what I'm saying, the pop, bro. I'm telling you, that bitch is expired. She's now
wow.
So now wait for him to now that's breaking too. That part.
And look what Heartline said. Heartline's, yep. And I ain't gonna even speak on that because there's so many people that got knocked off after that. So we not gonna speak on that right now. That's still fresh. But yeah, I feel where you coming from. I feel where you coming from. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Matrix in full effect, though. You know what I'm
So
saying?
how long we gonna keep playing with these people?
The Mandela effect.
You said
How
what
long
now?
how
The
long we gonna
Mandela
keep
They'll
effect?
rewrite. They'll show some shit, rewrite, show it 2 or 3, 4 times. That shit will be reprogrammed, wiped out from memory.
That's why I tell people all
All
the
it
time. I
needs is
say,
about 5 news
I
cycles.
believe none of what you see and half of what you hear. Period. Believe none of what you see and half of what you hear. This shit is smoke and mirrors.
That part.
I thought it was supposed to be none of what you hear and half of what you see. My fault. I must have had it backwards all this time.
No, you ain't have it backwards. I just flipped it. That's you know.
Flipped it. Yeah. I feel you.
You on, brother. You on.
Shit. Yeah, man. So, hey, Chief, where you at, Chief?
Yo. Hey, not to jump off subject, but did anyone see the Jupiter and Saturn planet?
Conjunction. Back.
No what?
I
Anyone
did.
see that?
I seen it.
What it
What
look like?
happened?
The conjunction. It kind of turned like a faint like light purple. Like they spray so many motherfucking chemtrails. They tic-tac-toe the fucking sky. Yesterday, the night coming into the 21st, and you know what I'm saying, tonight too. My mama was coming back from going to look now at the lake, and my daddy had a motherfucking look fire with a telescope that he got from a older white guy that he, you know what I'm saying, been working for 30 years. So shit, it was some real ass shit, but they really couldn't see it.
Well, that's what's up.
But shit,
Well, yeah,
it
man.
happens. But that
Well,
energy is still hitting. And like I
well, I
said,
want to
these
say again.
motherfuckers, they try to like put this facade like they can actually get some kind of benefit from this motherfucking little point in time. Bro, y'all can just point it out as a point in time. If y'all can't handle being under this sun right now, what the fuck are y'all gonna do with any kind of energy coming from stars, billions and millions or however many miles trying to put it away? Because the energy's making it here for a specific motherfucker. It's called looking up the etymology of influence. And then you can just take it from there. And everybody's not gonna be in this motherfucking wave of motherfucking influence. And that's just what the fuck it is. So
Wow. Well, you guys see it on the screen, man. This Friday, so-called Christmas, winter solstice program, man. We're gonna be throwing, man. But once again, it's about the people, man. You know, we having the first annual Tribe Up ancestral announcements. We make the announcements. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna start announcing some of the people. You know what I'm saying? That evening. So shout out to everybody, man. That's that basically know. You know what I'm saying already. But peace to everybody, man. That put in this work, man. You know, we're doing a thing. Definitely hey, hit us up at onceamerica2020@gmail.com for more information about this Friday's pay-per-view event, y'all. So y'all got anything else before we get up out of here?
I got one more.
I never even asked y'all what do y'all even think about the brothers, the video that we played. I don't know if you guys seen that. Dr. Pimienta Bay.
Oh shit.
You know. I mean, we didn't get into that. We talking about Whack 100 and shit.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, man, this weekend.
Hey, I thank you for your
Yeah,
research, brother.
aficionado.
To dig up a video in 1999. Hey, that's where it's at. That's
Man, I
real
dig in the
research, man.
crates, man. I dig in the crates, man. But the seriousness of it is like what the brother Amani is saying that these guys know, but because the funding comes, if you guys went to the grand indictment, the grand jury hearing on the Pan Boo Boos when we indicted those guys, right? They're still on trial, by the way. You know,
Righteous.
we showed there's no question if everybody knows about the Carnegies and all these other people, but they don't know who's funding them, and it's the CIA and talking about the black budget and stuff like that. So they fund these universities, they fund these studies, they fund Gates, they fund a lot of these YouTube channels and a whole bunch of other people, right? So we got to understand that as the people gotta start building our own shit, our own infrastructures. So that's what these pay-per-views about. Is about building something. We're the master builders over here. Don't let anybody play with you. We're the master builders over here. And that's just what it's about. The information, sharing information and building. And so wherever you guys at, man, tap in with me, chiefholiday@gmail.com. You already know, man, hit us up at weare2am.com. weare2am.com. Get y'all some Aborigine gear and also walk like a god or goddess at AmericanAboriginalShoes.com, man. And y'all already know, man, y'all got links, wrenches and stuff, man. Got businesses. Put y'all business companies in the chat room. We need to start doing business amongst each other first. So let's get to it, y'all, man. Shout out to everybody, man, that came through. You guys anything else you want to say before we get up out of here?
Just listen to the cemeteries, y'all. I'm put it like that. Just listen to the cemeteries, man. That's where a lot of the knowledge and a lot of the wisdom is. And a lot of the pieces to the puzzles is right there. Take a walk through one every now and then. You understand? I know that's not the place you want to be, but sometimes you got to go where you don't go in order to be where you want to be. So, if they add a little ammo to the arsenal, hey, handle your business. But hey, I appreciate you, Chief. Like I said, I'm in your city, my nigga. So when you ready,
Whoa! You say you out here?
I've been in your city.
Nah, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I'm in Vegas. You know I'm in Vegas?
Yeah.
Okay. I put this
Yeah.
stuff in the back chat. Email me. chiefholiday@gmail.com.
Yeah, I got
What else we got going on? Oh, yeah, you already know, man. Shout out to the infamous Trey Ali. Matter of fact, we're gonna go out with Turtle Island, y'all. Shout out to the infamous Trey Ali. He's gonna be performing live, man, this Friday at the Winter Solstice Symposium, man. It's going down once upon a time in America, y'all. Let's make history. The fuck?
And don't
Let's make
forget,
history,
Chief.
man.
Don't
Yes,
forget,
sir.
Chief, about the pull up in Louisiana.
I know we was trying to get a live report today, so we're gonna see what's happening. Absolutely.
Yeah. So
Gonna be a
that's
part
gonna
of it.
that's no, that's gonna be on
No,
the 25th. That's gonna be on the 25th.
as well. Yeah. So shout out to the Neville's, man. Yeah, man. Y'all tune in, man. It's gonna go down. It's gonna be a movie, man. Oh, we filming a movie as well, y'all. Once upon a time, America, y'all know what it is, man. We it's live and direct, and I'm gonna be dropping some flame that I never seen before. And as well, other content providers gonna be coming through, y'all. We're gonna have a great time. It's a real family event. We're gonna keep it real family, y'all. But after you spend time with your family that evening, whatever, come spend time with your extended family. That's how we're gonna do that. As well with your family, you know what I'm saying? So tap in, y'all, once America 2020 at gmail.com. I want to say shout out to Miss Gretchen Helm. Y'all already know, salute to the Tasco, the CEO. Man, peace to everybody that come through, man. We definitely appreciate y'all, man. Man, we out of here.
Peace.
Peace.